I'm more of an Android kind of guy, so I don't know what is it? The Apple iTunes? What is it called on Apple? Somebody let me know. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and let me queue up TikTok, and we should be going momentarily. Yeah, I don't know what it's called. What did somebody say? Free my bro Diddy. He ain't done nothing. Well, you got to go to court first. Diddy has got to go through his. He got to go to trial. But I don't think we're going to walk away with Diddy didn't do nothing. I don't think that's going to happen. Anyway, 3, 2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. We're going to be asking the question. We're into week 5. It's moving quick. Wow. Can you believe that Trump has been president already for 5 weeks? My guess is the answer is going to be probably hell yeah. You can believe it's been 5 weeks because it feels like it's probably been 50 weeks. It feels like Daddy's been home for quite a while. So 5 weeks in, how you feeling, folks? How are you feeling now that we've had President Trump as commander in chief for 5 weeks? Feeling confident? Feeling concerned? Feeling is it with me I'm going to say the jury is still out. The jury is still out. Now he's making a lot of big promises and things like that I think could possibly be good for the country, but the difference I guess between me and let's say MAGA, let's say Trump supporters is I don't just instantly believe whatever he says. That's the difference because Elon Musk is making a whole lot of promises of how much money he's saving and things like that. And the Trump supporters just, if you support Trump, then whatever Elon says he's found that is wasteful, you just instantly believe it. Elon may be telling the truth, but I need to see evidence. I'm not just going to buy into whatever he said. If he says I found, $50 million being, put aside for LGBTQ studies, people celebrate. He saved us $50 million. For me, show me the proof. Because some of the things he has said has turned out to be false. So we're 5 weeks in, and I see in the comments somebody says no turn, no Kamala. Is that no Trump, no Kamala, Max X? Because we asked that question yesterday. What if Kamala Harris was president? You think what about from a standpoint of, and I don't believe that Kamala Harris would have done as much as Trump, certainly by way of executive order, but what about in terms of unity and a less chaotic America? Because some folks believe that under Trump we're in chaos. Do you see Trump as potentially uniting this nation? I don't think there's anyone that would argue right now that we are as divided as they come. But what I'm going to ask you is, do you see Trump making a solid, sincere attempt to unify us? Do you believe Kamala Harris would have did it? If the goal is unity between Kamala Harris and Trump, who do you think would have been better at doing that? We could throw Joe Biden into the mix as well because he was originally going to be the guy running. I believe this time last year, Biden was still running for president. So if it came down to unity, if that was the biggest issue you were concerned with, or one of the biggest issues, because the economy, border security, and a bunch of other shit certainly is going to be in there. If the unifying of this nation was one of your biggest concerns, which candidate do you believe would be more effective at doing that? Out of those three, Trump, Kamala Harris, and Biden. And I'd love to know why you say which one you picked would do it. So we're going to talk about that as well. Thank you for following Anthony Johnson in the comments. Appreciate that. So I'm asking that question. Week 5, how are you feeling right now? We often do the letter grade thing, the A, B, C, D, and F. Like you did in high school, A, B, C, D, and F. A, B, C, D, F. Five grades. Right now, Trump's been in office for 5 weeks. As of Monday, it's been 5 weeks. Letter grade so far. Letter grade so far in regards to how does it feel being under his leadership, let's say, compared to Biden? Do you feel like as folks on the right are saying, daddy's home, you've heard that phrase many times, does it feel like we now have a commander-in-chief in charge? That maybe under Biden you didn't feel like, or maybe you felt like Biden was doing a good job and now you're like, who the hell is this clown? A, B, C, D, or F. What are you giving him so far in the first 5 weeks? Trump gets a Z, says Joel. What the hell is a Z? Z as in Zed, zebra. What is a Z? I'd be curious to know that. On my YouTube side, I got a lot of folks that favor Trump. Wow. Oh, in fact, I think Adam gave him an F, but everybody else is giving him an A, an A plus. Now that's significant. I will say this: an A plus, if you know, when we went to school, if you get a grade of an A plus, that means you have done so well you cannot do any better. An A plus is literally the best grade you can get. So if you're giving Trump an A plus, that means over the last 5 weeks, he could not do any better than he's done so far. Obviously, I have some pushback on that. I mean, I don't know any president where I would give him an A plus. I mean, I think there's room for improvement no matter who the hell you are. So an A plus seems to be incredibly optimistic. Okay, so I think an A plus is incredibly optimistic. But looking at the comments, I believe no matter who or what the divide is, too big for either side to change the way they think. I see it in my family firsthand. That's kind of sad. You be chilling, and you're not the only one, I'm sure. You're saying that the divide in America is so great that you believe it's too big for either side of the aisle to make any changes. I don't buy that. I don't buy that because I'm going to tell you right off the bat here, this tiny corner of social media that I maintain, I got MAGA and liberals tuning in all the time. We do it civilly. I get folks on both sides of the aisle, people who think that I give some good opinions, some good ideas, and I get folks who think I'm full of shit. And nevertheless, we make it work. It's a small, tiny corner of social media. I'm not going to deny that. But if it can be done on this little corner of social media, it can be done to scale, whereas it gets larger and larger and larger. I think the problem is we don't talk to each other. We talk down to each other. We talk about each other. And you're not going to get any type of, you're not going to move forward towards unity at all by doing that. So I don't believe that it's impossible to unite each other, but I do believe you have to make the effort. And right now, I'm not really convinced that I'm seeing any effort being made. So I'm going to go to Twisted77 in the comments. We're talking about a goal of being, a goal of unifying. Who between Biden, Trump, and Kamala Harris, which one of those commander-in-chiefs do you believe would be the best choice if one of your primary goals in this country was to unify folks? Twisted77, we'll get a box of chance to come up. Hopefully it brings them up. Real quick before that happens, we'll move on in the comments. Okay, I can't pronounce the language you're speaking there. Somebody speaking French in the comments look like, no, you don't. You don't have to live with your choices. You choose hate, says Diego Sanchez. True. People choose to be hateful. But you ever heard the right say that the media brainwashes folks on the left? Or, the mainstream media can manipulate your thought process? Hate can be derived from that same manner as well. I mean, I know for a fact, me personally, I watch a hell of a lot of right-wing media. I used to watch Fox News up until very recent, almost all day. I mean, even now when I'm driving around, I'm listening to the news constantly. And I'll tell you, because I'm from the south side of Chicago, one of the products of watching a lot of Fox News is it has made me personally a little more hesitant being around black people in the inner city. I have to sometimes remind myself, damn it, you're from this neighborhood. What the fuck is wrong with you? Because I watch so much right-wing media, and I'm going to just be honest with you and tell you that if you watch right-wing media, minorities are not portrayed very favorable. They're just not. If minorities are breaking in stores and stealing shit or rioting and looting, protesting stuff, that gets covered heavily on right-wing media. But if you got a whole college, let's say, full of, Dean's List students, they don't cover that. It's kind of like Candace Owens, but on a larger scale, where you're covering one aspect of the community. So It does have an effect on you, and this is what I'm talking about in regards to unity versus division. Looking in the comments, Boston Bite says, "I love you. You look like LeVar Ball." I don't know. I'm trying to think who that is. Is it Fox News or is it people that act like we living in GTA? Both. It's both. Look, I'm not saying that what Fox News is showing you is a lie. I'm saying what you see on right-wing media is selective. I could pick any culture, any group of people in America and show you the negative aspects of that culture and probably have some sway on your mindset towards that culture. I'm not lying when I show you this stuff, but I'm only showing you what I want to show you to alter your mindset. So when you say, is it really Fox News or is it people acting like they're living in GTA? It's both. It's Fox News only choosing to show you people like they're living in GTA. If somebody is an animation programmer that may have created the game GTA, they're not going to be on Fox News. They're not going to show you somebody with with that kind of accolades and that kind of intelligence if they're a minority. They're going to show you the fools that are acting like they're in the game. So it's both. It's both. But what I'm simply saying is, if you only see one aspect of a culture, it is going to alter your mindset because it's done it to me. It's done it to me, so I know it can be done. Looking in the comments, all about creating and packaging a narrative. Yeah, and it works very well. Are you MAGA? Don't you think MAGA is a cult and just being Trump's psychopath? I don't believe all MAGA is a cult. I do believe that there was some legitimate reasons to get away from the liberals, to not vote for Biden or Kamala Harris, and vote for Trump that had nothing to do with participating in a cult, such as border security, such as the economy. And also, President Trump himself was really, really good at speaking to the people and making promises. Some of them were not actually things he intended to do, but people bought into what he was saying. Like, for instance, I've played video clips of him talking about Hillary Clinton back in 2016 was going to destroy LGBTQ rights and he would protect them. A lot of people bought into that. There were gays for Trump movements. Just like I can talk about what happened in, I believe it was Dearborn, Michigan, where they believed that Biden and Kamala Harris was doing a piss poor job protecting the Palestinians in Gaza. So they voted away from Kamala Harris and Biden, and they voted for Trump because he was making it sound like he would do more or less what they found to be favorable in regards to protecting the Palestinians. So he did a really good job talking to the people, and Kamala Harris and Biden did not. That has a problem. That has an issue. How do we get a middle line news network? Maddie, I like News Nation. I'm a big fan of News Nation. They are kind of becoming what Fox News used to be in the early 2000s. You might say a little right-leaning, but you'll see a whole lot of Democratic challenging on it. There are plenty of folks on the network from both sides. So if your cable outlet or your streaming outlet carries News Nation, I would highly recommend them. I mean, they got the O'Reilly's on there. Chris Cuomo from CNN is on there. Geraldo Rivera's now on there. I cannot think of the woman name I'm thinking of from ABC, but a lot of well-known news anchors are now on News Nation. So I would highly recommend News Nation. The guy who used to host Live PD on A&E, he was on there until just this weekend. He went on to another position or whatever. But yeah, News Nation is a really good network, I think. Looking in the comment, bro, he's trying to protect everyone's rights. No one gets special rights. Larry Montgomery, I don't know if that's true in regards to trying to protect everyone's rights. For instance, let's say, and this is fictional, I'm not saying Trump is going to do this, but let's say they roll back same-sex marriage rights. Is that protecting everyone's rights? I don't believe that Trump is trying to protect everyone's rights. I don't buy into that. I think the notion is the people complaining that their rights are being taken away, Trump supporters don't either favor what they said or they don't believe them. So you're ignoring these groups. You're paying the groups you believe in favor. Yeah, he's protecting their rights. So, I mean, we can talk about that. Because I want to ask you folks something. We know Trump has gotten rid of DEI, affirmative action, and a lot of folks applaud that. We can talk about it. We know he's gotten rid of those two things. We know how he feels about, say, Black History Month and women's movements and all that. He's gotten rid of all of that in terms of the federal, in federal office. They can't honor or celebrate any of that stuff. I want to ask you folks this because this actually could happen. Not saying it will happen, but I feel confident there is at least a possibility this could happen. And I want to know from you folks, in the comments, yes or no, would you favor this, or do you think it should happen? The elimination of the Juneteenth holiday. Do you believe the Trump administration could or should get rid of, eliminate the Juneteenth holiday? It was not popular with MAGA when Biden implemented it in 2021. It was not popular because we did a show on it. Many people did not favor that holiday. Juneteenth holiday, do you believe that Trump could or should get rid of the Juneteenth holiday? Going to the box, it says, I'm Nico wife, I think that says. Hell no, I get the day off with Pace's alter ego. I'm telling you, a lot of folks did not like that. Nico wife, good evening. Are you there? Okay. I can't hear you. You're really low.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear now. Loud and clear.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Oh, hi.
Hey, so.
Yeah, they were very upset with Juneteenth.
Yeah, very.
Is that what we talking about?
Yes.
And even with the not celebrating Black History Month, I don't know what they're going to gain from it. I'm thinking they're trying to discourage people from African Americans from going to the military. That's what I think.
Why would
conspiracy theories? But that's what I think it's about.
You believe the Trump administration does not want African Americans to go to the military? Why do you believe it? Why would they not want a sizable military?
Because that's why they're discouraging them honoring their roots or whatever. That's I don't know. That's how I believe, because it's just weird that it was passed in Congress. The bill was passed, so I don't understand why is it a problem with us celebrating it.
You mean Juneteenth?
Yes.
Okay, well, he hasn't done this, so I'm admitting this is speculation. Do you think there's a chance?
DOD has sent out something that's stating that they will not honor it.
Oh, really? So the Department of Defense has stated they will not honor Juneteenth?
Pride Month, Juneteenth, Women's Month, Black History Month, and that's why he did the executive order to rename it National Black History Month or something.
Yeah, but I haven't heard that they're talking about doing that to the holiday. You're saying Juneteenth is among that list?
Yes, that they will not celebrate. Go to DOD website, yes.
Wow. So I'm here asking, could he do it? And you're telling me they've already done it.
But yes, that means that they will legally they will still get paid for it, but they're not gonna, I guess, put anything up and celebrate it, I guess.
Wow. That's crazy.
It was a law that was passed, so they can't not get paid. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But they may make them work even though they're getting paid.
I'm curious. I did not know that, man. I'm here speculating on, is there a chance he could do it? Should he do it? And you're telling me it's already happened. You're absolute certain of this.
Go to the DOD website. Yes.
Wow.
President did it on the third day.
Why do you think he would do something like that so fast?
Hold on. Did you see the video of him drinking while he was in the press conference?
Who?
Hegseth.
No, no, I have not. It
was not water. It was not clear. It was a legit shot.
You're saying it was that today?
No, he had a press conference on Wednesday.
And Pete Hicks, let me see if I can.
A NATO press conference. Look at the NATO press conference when he sipped the drink.
You're trying to tell me Pete Hicks up in the middle of a NATO?
Swear to you, I was shocked as hell. It was the item in the glass was dark. It was not water.
Could it have been soda?
I don't know, but it wasn't water, and it didn't look like it didn't have fizzles in it. So I don't know, handsome liberal. I don't know.
Wow, I have not heard that.
Handsome liberal, why do the Republicans beat you up so bad, and you give them a platform to come and talk?
Well, because I believe that.
They beat you up so bad.
I mean, I get beat up by liberals too. Anytime I give Trump credit for something, like I gave him credit when TikTok came up, I gave him credit for freeing the prisoner in Russia.
I don't care. He started the fight with the TikTok. He shouldn't get credit for that. That's the only thing I don't think he should get credit for. I do give him credit for he moved the investigated arm of the IRS, the police arm of the IRS. He moved into the HHS thing. I give him credit for that, and I give him credit for moving the USAID into the State Department. I think that's a good idea.
So he is doing some things right then. So you do think he is at least doing a few things right?
Trump is the worst, but I do give him credit for those two things.
Well, let me ask you this in regards to because that's what I was asking about unity. Do you see Kamala Harris as possibly unifying this nation more than Trump would have, or is going to?
Hell yeah! My house is divided. That's how bad it is up in this joint. Okay.
Damn.
I got a MAGA in me. Okay, and I'm an independent, but I don't like Trump.
Now wait a minute. Wait, you said your house is.
I said, baby, the gas prices are going down. He said, so what? Is it Joe Biden?
Wait. You said now you're African American. You're a black woman, right? You sound okay. And you got MAGA in your house?
African, yeah. I seen the change. I seen it when it happened. It happened in 2019. It was slow, and then 2020 when he was making all these bad decisions. I kept showing him the article. I kept telling him what he said. Kept showing him the videos.
Who is him? Who is him?
Husband.
Huh?
My husband.
You are married to MAGA.
I am married to MAGA. He did not believe it, and I showed him the video. And every time I say something, he'll show me something about Kamala Harris. Every time I show him something, he'll show me something about something else. And then he started talking about something. The Democratic Party left us down, and when it started going there, there's no coming back. After they make this one statement, the Democratic Party has let us down. There's no coming back from that.
I don't want to get too private, but I have to ask: during intimacy, does he take the hat off? Does he keep the MAGA hat on?
No, this is the thing. This is the only reason why I have a chance. He don't vote, so I know how it happened. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so he supports Trump, but he don't actually go to the. He supports Trump, but he don't go to the polls.
Exactly.
Oh, then that's not as bad then.
All his friends around him, dude.
Are you in an interracial marriage?
Both. No. This is a black man. All his friends are black people.
Black bag, a whole group of them, huh?
They all, and I seen the change because he used to have me on the phone calls with them, so I heard all the conversations and I seen when they changed over to MAGA.
Well, maybe Biden. Maybe
so deep into it, he's a Proud Boy. That's how bad it is up on this.
Your husband is a Proud Boy?
No, not my husband.
Oh.
His best friend.
Wait. Your best friend is a Proud Boy.
His best friend is a MAGA Proud Boy. Yes.
Now, see in the comments over here, Marzi is listening and says, you're in good company. You need to respect your husband. So somebody is rooting for your hubby there. So, wow, you do got a hell of a household.
But I don't respect the Trump situation.
Well, maybe your husband see that Biden and Kamala Harris was, in their opinion, destroying the country, so they thought Trump might be better.
No, He's saying the whole damn Democratic Party. They don't. All of them say the Democratic Party. They don't say anything about Harris. And no, it started with Obama. They go all the way back to Obama.
What doesn't he favor from Obama? I mean, this is interesting. An African American man, he doesn't like Obama, doesn't like the Democrats. He likes Trump.
All of them. Listen, it's 10 of them. I know personally, it's 10 of them.
Wow.
They don't like. It start from Obama. They don't like Obama because when I'm in healthcare. And when he passed that bill, I sat there and I read the whole bill from front to back, from back to front. And I was like, this is a good thing. He was like, so. And then the gay situation, the gay thing come up. He was like, what has he done for us? It's not us. And that's all they kept saying the whole time for the rest of Obama term. He kept saying, there's nothing for us. He has stuff for the gays and he has stuff for the things. And the transgender thing, that was it. That was the lockstep.
I think based on what I'm hearing, I can go ahead and diagnose you are genuinely married to MAGA. He's covering all the talking points. Does he watch any media outlets?
He went when COVID came. I was at work because I worked through COVID because I'm in healthcare, right? He was in the deep of the QAnon. He went down the rabbit hole of all rabbit holes. Oh my God! So he had all. I tell him all the time, you need a new algorithm.
I have never seen Black Q. That's it. That's something new for me. But there were black people there on January 6th. I'm assuming he thinks Trump won the 2020 election too, right?
Oh, and he's not a criminal.
Wait, who's not?
Trump is not a criminal.
Well, he sounds like that's genuine MAGA you're married to, for real.
Trump is not a criminal. And Trump, they did something fishy. One of his friends actually went down to the march, but he did not go to the Capitol. He left before the Capitol thing.
All right. Wow.
So, yeah.
So there is hope for Trump among African Americans after all. I got to move it on, but that was a hell of...
It's rough over here, and it's only them men. Us women ain't buying that foolishness. Because I told them, I said, yeah, the women going to have to save us again.
But that didn't happen. Real quick before I let you go, what part of the country are you from?
I'm in Maryland.
Maryland. A black Maryland MAGA. Wow. All right.
10 of them. They all grew up together.
Wow. Go Trump. I got to move it on. Appreciate it.
All right.
Good talk. Wow. That's a different kind of call. I enjoyed that, but I didn't expect it. Wow. Married to MAGA. You know, that could actually be a book. That could actually be a book. You know, I'm literally married to her, and she obviously has a totally negative opinion of Trump, and her husband has a totally positive one of them. How many of you folks, you think you could do it? I want to ask you folks that. You think you could, if your spouse had political aspirations that were exactly 180 degrees of yours, would it hurt? You think you can still maintain a relationship? Because I've had some people say they could not do it. If your spouse was literally 180 degrees of yours, I see Arshafad says no. Hell no says Dick Cow. So you couldn't do it. You couldn't be married to MAGA. Couldn't be married to a card-carrying liberal, huh? Continuing on with the program. That was interesting. Big Trig. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Everybody's saying no. Then how is she doing it, though?
My brother?
Not much at all. You know what I always say, hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting. So could you hang out? Could you actually marry someone that had 180-degree political aspiration of you?
I guess I could, yeah. I mean, here's my thought process. I mean, my goal is I don't want nobody who's going to be completely on everything that I'm on. Then there's no difference in it. And sometimes differences are good, you know what I mean?
Right.
So if we see things a little differently, I can understand.
You're saying a little.
I'm not going to go with nobody I'm not going with no fanatic, you know what I mean? Someone who's worshiping false idols, right?
Okay, let me
and things like that, calling.
You lean right or left?
Left.
Okay, give me your example of a right-wing fanatic, because you said not a fanatic. Are you there?
Let's call those video pictures and with my own eyes, people who worship Donald Trump gold statues or idols or things like that.
Okay.
Those things like that are concerning. Those things like that, if you're doing that, then it's a lot bigger things going on with you than just politics.
I don't know. I talk to MAGA, a lot of MAGA every day, all week. I haven't heard anybody that literally idolizes the statues like that. I guess that would be fanatical, but I haven't even talked to anybody that's that bad. Damn.
I can show you some video.
How do you idolize a statue? What do you mean? And by the way, how many?
Yeah,
Where
I mean that's scary.
does Trump even have statues?
Well, you know what I'm saying. When you make worship, yeah, I didn't know that either until I seen the videos and the things with my own eyes. I mean, believe me, it blew me away. But if you research it, you can Google it, look it up. It's there.
Worshiping the Trump. Now, I see in the comments somebody said that nobody's worshiping Trump, but a lot of folks seem to worship Obama. I don't know about does Obama. I've never seen a Trump statue or an Obama statue. These things exist.
Yeah, I mean they're out there. You just gotta Google it. Hey, please, whatever you do, don't take my word for it. Always go out there and do your own research, right? And then you can see it with your own eyes, hear it with your own ears, and then you know,
Right.
hey, you make your choices from there.
Okay, so you obviously do not favor Trump. He's been in office now 5 weeks as of Monday. How do you think he's doing so far, though?
Let me just tell you, I'm not fond of the way. I agree that we should be looking into things. I'm not fond of the way we're doing it, right? And the way, to me, the transparency is not there.
Okay, well, explain, because he is telling us where he's finding money. What do you mean by, okay, what aspect of transparency is missing?
And I can tell you I can shit gold. But until you see me actually doing it with proof in my hand, right? Then guess what? It's just words. It's word salad, right? He's spending a lot of things. He's saying it because even Elon Musk told you to go to his site, and all that site does is gets you back over to X, and it doesn't give you a detailed breakdown. He said there was a woman who was receiving Social Security benefits at 150 years old. What's the name? Tell us. That's just one. Use that one. Give us that name.
That's a great point. Yeah, that's a great point.
Those are things we want to see. You can't just go in there and tell me I'm kicking the doors in and I'm finding all kind of negative stuff, right? But you ain't giving me no concrete evidence on what it is you're finding. You're saying it's 800 million.
You know,
800 billion.
You know, that's a great point. If you're going to say that dead people are receiving Social Security, or as you say, somebody who's 150 years old, they're long dead, so you should be able to give a name and information on that file. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, bring the receipts if you're going to do it. I'm not telling you not to clean up the government, because we all want that stuff cleaned up, right? But you got to bring receipts in the way that you're doing business right now. The way that they're doing business is scary, because all you're doing is finding out overnight. People are losing jobs. Boom. All of a sudden, there's money. We're saying we're cutting money. But then I look at senators as they're debating on the floor, right? Okay. And they're bringing up their charts and graphs, right? And the Republican senator saying the money they found this right now so far only makes up a week of deficit.
I heard that. I actually heard that speech earlier today. Somebody played the clip of that to me.
And also, I'm like, so are you just shooting me shit, right? To say you're doing something, or are you actually doing something, right?
Well,
because
go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, what? And I see in the comments, Ace Ventura said this damage is going to take generations to fix. I agree with you. The transparency should be stronger, and I'm with you that there's a lot of talking, but in terms of showing us what's going on, it's like, well, he's only been in there a few weeks, give him time. Well, it didn't take him that long to tell us what he was finding, so why don't you just show us what it is? But do you see... Go ahead.
I was about to say, now if you see him, the things that make you question things like that is Elon Musk fired what? The IGs, all those IGs. That was number one. And the first IG that he fired was one that was investigating him on several contracts and money that he received from the government.
Yeah. So what do you think it is? More of a vindictive, a move of like a vendetta he's trying to settle?
Well, here's what I'm going to tell you. I can't tell you that for sure because I'm not there and I'm not privy to it. But it damn sure looks suspicious.
Yeah.
Right? Because here's the thing: the biggest blower of money has been the Pentagon, the military.
And they ain't fucking with him yet, and they not messing with him.
Exactly. Why would you start with the smallest, which was USAID, right?
Mm-hmm.
And for some weird reason, your focal point was South Africa, a place where you're from, apartheid, and a few different things that goes into those categories. Make it make sense is all I ask. Show me the proof, and I'm down with you, right? But until you do that, your words are just words, right? And then at the end of the day, they're telling us that in 2034 is the first time you'll be able to do any research on the guys that's coming in there chopping up our government.
2034. What
34 is when they're keeping that. Who's in there chopping us up? Who's making those young cats, those whoever it is,
right.
the tech bros, whoever you want to call them? 2034 is what they're trying to protect them until, right? And you can pull any information that you want to pull about what's going on with that. And by that time, I'm no dummy and I'm no smart guy. I'm no computer geek. But I know if those guys are that smart, right?
Right.
What's stopping them from putting backdoor systems in? What's stopping them from putting things in that could benefit them down the road?
So you're talking like
we're just blindly following it.
You're talking like Trojan lines and programs and things like that, Trojan horses and things that we don't know is there.
Exactly. Who's policing the police?
That's a great question. I think that for the most part, people view Elon Musk being the wealthiest person on earth as somebody who has nothing to gain by robbing us, and they're just trusting him for the simple fact of they're looking at him like he got so much money, why would he lie? So they kind of, and plus keep in mind, Trump did give him the seal of approval because he wasn't voted in, he wasn't ran through the House and Senate. They didn't go with. I mean, he's literally Trump's guy. He's literally just somebody Trump brought to the party and said, "This is a great guy for this." So nobody other than Trump has vouched for him. So people just believe that he has a lot of money and Trump said he's okay, so that should be good enough. That's kind of what we're running with.
Well, can I throw one by you real quick?
Sure, what you got?
When you got so much money, when you got so much money, money is no longer the prize. The next prize after money is power.
Yeah.
Right? And if you're seeking that power, he's putting himself in position to have power. He's meeting with all the foreign dignitaries before they even sitting down with Trump and coming in there and speaking with him. Think about it.
Yeah.
He's meeting with all these people, having conversations, right? He's engaged in conversations on things that, for one, if you were to look at it and weigh it for what it is, it could look like it's a conflict of interest because of what he's actually going through and the information he's receiving going into all these agencies.
But I will say this, even without operating under Trump, if you're the world's richest man, you're going to naturally have a hell of a lot of power no matter what. I mean, just having that kind of money, you're going to be powerful.
Yes, but there's a difference in power. Right now, who is the most powerful man in the world right now by stature? If we were to look at it, and when the world looks at it, they look at the American president as one of the most powerful men in the world. I can't
imagine anybody at this point that is more powerful than Trump. He's got to be number one.
Exactly. Look at the interview process that Elon Musk and Donald Trump did just the other day, where a lot of nothing was said, right? But look who took over the conversation, right? Elon Musk in the Oval Office, he was the one spitting a lot of nothing, but he was doing a lot of it, spitting a lot of it. And Donald Trump sat there with his hands crossed in a lot of silent, shrug shoulder look, right?
Yeah.
It is what he say, right? So my thought process is this, and I'm going to just leave it at that. Yes, he may be doing all the right things. He may be going in there cleaning up the government, right? Mm-hmm. But from a lot of people's vantage point, what he's doing is not the right way of doing business, right? Because the way he's doing it is always going to sow that seed of doubt in the American people's eyes, right? And guess what? Those people that are conservative, the ones that are leaning right,
Right.
it's only going to affect them when it comes to their doorstep. And by that time, it may be too late.
Damn. Hopefully you're wrong. I got to move it on. Thank you for coming through, Big Trick. And a lot of folks favor what Elon Musk is doing, though. And thank you for the sub. Somebody just gave me a sub there. Wow, that's a long ass name. Shay by Tamara. I can't pronounce it, but thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. And same with you, Sunny Boy. Thank you guys for supporting the program. You know, for me personally, as I stated earlier, I'm not going to throw Elon Musk out with the bathwater. I'm not going to just bash him automatically. My last caller wasn't doing it either, in my opinion. He doesn't like the lack of transparency, and I think that's legit. Now, I know the right is really celebrating the work that Elon Musk is doing. And I'll tell you this, if what Elon Musk is saying is true, there are legitimate reasons to celebrate it. I mean, if he's saving us all the money that he's talking about, if he's finding all the waste that he is suggesting, there's nothing wrong with being happy about that. But as my last caller stated, it's a huge difference between what you're saying and what you're actually doing. And there's no doubt that some of the things that Elon Musk has already stated has proven to be incorrect, inaccurate, or outright false. You know, such as Politico. He talked about money being paid to the news media outlet Reuters. And it turned out the Reuters that he was talking about was another company that had nothing to do with media or the main media outlet at all. He talked about money going to Gaza. Turns out it was not Gaza in the Middle East. It was another city named Gaza. I mean, so he has gotten things wrong. The whole deal about money going for condoms was not accurate. So I'm 100% behind saving the country taxpayers' money. But before I move it on, I'm going to ask you guys to tap the screen. Here's my issue on it. There's a difference between saving and cutting waste and budgeting from a conservative mindset. When I say cutting waste, I'm talking about, let's say, for instance, you find out a lot of federal agents that travel all over the country are flying business or first class. They can fly coach. They don't need to fly business. That's saving waste. You guys are now going to fly all coach. We're not going to pay for business class or first class seats. That's waste. Now, budgeting from a conservative mindset is different. Now you're finding waste, but it's based on conservative ideology. Here's an example. These are all fictional, but let's suggest that there is a federal study to determine the effectiveness of COVID booster shots. If you lean right and you don't think that the vaccines are effective or you favor herd immunity, that study is waste. You're going to get rid of that. Now, that's not actual waste. That is waste in the eyes of a conservative. So it's a difference between finding actual waste and finding waste when you're looking at it from a conservative mindset. Let's say you need to repair F-35s or F-22, some of our military jets, and you find out that Lockheed Martin is charging too much for the parts, and Boeing will do the same job for cheaper. Getting rid of Lockheed Martin is getting rid of waste. That's a good example of getting rid of waste. But let's say you got something like, you want to find out, have any of the gun bans in urban areas been effective at reducing deaths? Well, the conservatives don't like gun bans at all. So they don't want it. The last thing they would ever want to have is a study telling you that a gun ban had any effectiveness at all. So to them, that study is waste. So it's a difference between actual waste and budgeting from a conservative mindset. I would submit to you some of that DEI affirmative action stuff was also budgeting from a conservative mindset. But we'll see what happens. Look it in the comments, though, and I appreciate you folks that are following. Talk about waste like this channel. A waste of time, space, energy, and electricity, says Mike Hunt. Mike, I appreciate the input. You can't win them all. This is a free speech broadcast, including your own criticism. You can criticize anybody in the comment section up to and including the host. You guys know what I always say, but the program is and always will remain MAGA friendly. I cannot find my MAGA hat that I normally keep around here on me. I'm sitting on it. We're MAGA friendly. So listen, at the end of the day, if you have criticism for the program, if you would rather be in a forum where everybody favors Trump or everybody hates Trump, this is not it. This is not it. We're going to give criticism where criticism is due and praise where that is due as well. So going back to the box, and thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Get the likes up to about 20,000. We can make that happen. Continuing on with, I don't know what I'm looking at there. In New York, Kane, is that what that says? Or Zane? Good evening. Welcome to the program. I don't support Trump, but I like to hear different opinions. Ishan, appreciate that. And that's what we try to do here. We try to allow everyone to speak in a civilized fashion. And you're going to hear opinions from all sides. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. So folks who don't favor open dialogue, yeah, this is not the right place to be. We'll give my bots a moment to reset. I tried to bring up a guest, but apparently it is acting weird on that guest. So I'll read a couple comments while that's doing that. Who do you think will win in 2028? I don't know who the hell the candidates will be. The Liberal Party has no leader at all. And we know Trump is the current leader of the Republican Party. Officially, he cannot run again in 2028. But I will say that an endorsement from President Trump is a golden ticket. So in 2028, if whoever the Republican Party nominates to go for the seat, if they got a strong endorsement from President Trump, there is a really strong leader for the Republican Party. I don't know on the Democratic side yet. It's in disarray. The Democratic Party now is kind of where the Republican Party was 4 years ago. The Republican Party was still hurting and reeling from the effects of January 6th. Folks were in belief that Trump had destroyed the Republican Party. So that's where the Democratic Party is today. So we'll have to see who emerges as the leader of the Democrat Party. But right now, there's no way to judge who will win in 2028 because you don't know who the candidates are going to be. Tim loved the turtleneck. Appreciate that, Timothy Lee. Thank you. No such thing as government waste. The government deficit is people's surplus. So that's one way to look at it. All right, looking at the comments, I'll try to bring up another guest. I don't know what happened with the last one there, but we'll continue on with the program. Stephen Evans, I think that says. Good evening, welcome to the program. If it allows me to bring you up, what the hell's going on? I don't know why all of a sudden the box is acting flaky. The Democrat Party is asking the same question that they asked after the Civil War, but instead of who is going to pick our cotton, now they're asking who is going to pick our fruits and vegetables. You really believe that only Democrats are concerned because your statement, Jacksonville kid, and it's an interesting way you're putting this, and I'll respond to it. You're suggesting that if we have this largest deportation in history, that the Democrat Party are the ones that are asking, well, if you get rid of all these folks, who are going to pick our fruits and vegetables? Well, keep in mind, the fruits and vegetables being picked is a question that generally the first person that's concerned are farmers. Farmers are overwhelmingly Republican. So just because they are not speaking out, it's not just Democrats asking who's going to pick the fruits and vegetables. I can guarantee you that. Because the farmers are going to hurt first. Because the fruits and vegetables are going to be laying around unpicked. So the farmer is going to be the first one to get it up to you know what. And then, of course, the folks at the grocery store trying to purchase it, all of them, and we'll have a trickle-down effect. But the farmer is the one that they're working for. He's the one that's producing the crop. And if he doesn't have anybody to pick it, he's going to be the person that cries first. And they're not, most farmers in rural areas lean right. They don't lean left. And Miss Bobetta says his statement was, I'm assuming you're talking about the viewer, said that's an asinine statement. I'm going to try it one more time. I'm having a hell of a time bringing up viewers. Denkow Let's see if Dencal comes up. If not, I may have to switch over. There we go. Dencal, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Hey, so once again, we're talking about Elon Musk. He seems to dominate the news, but we're now in week 5. How you feeling so far? I mean, you feel like he's been around a lot longer, but we're in week 5 now.
Yeah, it's getting like scarier by the day. Like they asked Trump
Damn.
either yesterday because Elon Musk had a meeting with Modi, the president of India.
Yeah, he fucking him up with them
And they
terrorists.
asked him-
Yeah, he fucking him up with them terrorists.
And Trump said he had no idea. Trump said he had no idea what Elon was there talking to him about.
Yeah, I just saw that. I just saw that a few minutes ago. He asked that, and he acted like he didn't know. So Elon Musk is doing the nation's bidding without telling the president.
Exactly. Either he's doing his own bidding, or he's doing it. Either way, that's not good for him to have his hand in our cookie jar while he's talking and he's using the leverage of the American government to make deals with other people. Either way it goes, it's not good.
You know what you know the comparison I would get to Elon in regards to what you're talking about. It sounds like what General Milley did, where he went behind Trump's back and told the Chinese we won't attack. We don't know what Elon Musk is saying, but he is going. Obviously, if Trump doesn't know, then he's going behind his back. Trump has to trust whatever Elon tells him.
I mean, if it was me, if I was Elon, I'd probably go over there. I'd say, look, I can't control that guy, but look, I can get him to exempt my car parts and stuff from those tariffs. And that would benefit.
Without being voted in, without getting Senate or congressional approval, how did he get this powerful?
They tell us every day, come on, liberal. They tell us every day. They said, we voted for this.
You know,
Even though that wasn't on the ticket, that was not a part of his campaign, none of that, until like the last couple of weeks, once he started getting this infusion of hundreds of millions of dollars. Now they saying that they acting like that was his plan the whole time.
Yeah.
He said he was going to get rid of waste, and so they just ignore whatever way he's doing it. They don't care.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering how the hell he get this powerful. For some of my brothers who've seen the movie New Jack City, it kind of reminds me when G Money introduced Ice-T into the club. Like, he brought him in, and it's like all of a sudden you know how that turned out. Like, you don't brought Elon Musk in here. He presents Ice-T to Nino Brown like this is a great guy to work with. It's like, that's what it sounds like. It really sounds like that.
He just gave him the keys to the castle. And so
Right.
I don't know what he did. I don't know what he's doing, but he's telling me he's doing some great things.
Wow. So you're agreeing with me. It could turn out really bad if he has misjudged Elon Musk.
It's already bad. When you go in and you fired however many of those people that were on their probationary period, these people who had gotten their careers, their dream jobs of working in the government, and they had been working for maybe 2 years or 3 years and really getting their foothold in there, getting good at their jobs, and this guy comes and says, everybody that's on probation in the federal government is by decree fired right now.
You know, he almost reminds me of, and I don't know what, listen, all of this is above my pay grade, but it almost sounds like he would be the guy that would try to set, like he goes into the basement and he wants to turn the lights out for the whole high rise, and he's just in there pulling wires and just yanking everything out. That's what it sounds like he's doing, because there's no way he could be actually doing an actual analysis to determine if there's waste in these departments by just canceling whole departments. Like, everybody in there was bad? Like, there was nothing good about that. So you just yanked the whole thing out. That's what it sounds like he's doing.
Now he's doing the same thing within the VA. Now everybody that works for the VA, like their job is to help other veterans. Like, I'm not saying that you can't find waste in the VA, but cutting off 10, 20, 30% of their workforce, it's not going to work out for veterans.
Yeah. Yeah, I know somebody that just got canned from the Department of Education, and they stated that they got a notice when they were at home for the night after working. So they were told not to come in. So when they did, well, they were told that that their job was gone. But when they came in the next day to get their shit, they didn't have any access to the computer. So they literally got fired before they could even receive the letter of termination through their email, because they had already cut off their email. So they actually fired them before they could even receive the letter.
Government, because they do. I mean, I understand why they do it in the government like that, because they don't want disgruntled employees to have
Right.
access to do anything crazy. I get that part, but it's the whole just, this is just, it's not right.
Well, my question is this: can we actually survive with all of these people? I mean, was government that heavy? Was it that much redundancy that you could get rid of this many people?
No, it wasn't, and that's what I'm saying. Like they've look, President Clinton reduced the federal, but he did that through attrition. He said these jobs we deem are not, wanted. As those people quit, retire, or whatever, we're just not going to rehire more people. Like, there's ways you can do it that give the next people opportunity to train,
Right.
get up to speed. Like, you can't just fire a person that's in charge of, like myself. I was in charge of 15 different contracts through the federal government as my position as a core with, handling contracts. So you can't just let me walk out of the door when all of the computer stuff, everything is in my name. I'm the only one who are managing these contracts. These contractors come to me for everything. Like, you can't just give and expect those projects to be completed. And all of those projects are for what? For veterans.
Yeah. Wow. So what do you? I mean, what is the purpose of this? Is it possible that maybe Elon Musk is trying to destroy the country?
Well, look, he's found a great bedfellow in Trump. I mean, because Trump may not have been wanting to destroy the country, but he's allowed somebody the keys to the castle, and he's not stopping them. And I think
he's allowed somebody the keys to the castle that may actually be more educated than he is. Now, Tarshawn Whitehead says Trump was DEI heavy during his campaign. Now, I'm assuming he's suggesting that many of Trump's appointments were DEI appointments. By the way, I don't know if you were on yesterday. Did you hear that they renamed Fort Bragg back?
Yes.
Did you hear how they did it?
Use somebody's name. I mean, that is the ultimate DEI, like, in our faces, man. That's the ultimate government troll of the American people.
Yeah.
And look, I live by one of these forts that just got renamed. It got renamed from Fort Gordon to Fort Eisenhower, because Gordon was one of those
Confederates.
Confederate, and all of that stuff. And so people thinking, oh, it's just simple. They just changed the name. It's not that simple. It takes millions and millions of dollars to change every placard, every standard, every government document name. All of that stuff has to be redone in this new.
Could that possibly be considered as government waste? I mean, I'm just wondering. You're gonna spend all this money just to change the name back to, and they named because Congress passed a law under the Biden administration that you can no longer name bases after Confederate perceived heroes. So to prevent, I know you know this, but telling the other folks. So to prevent, because it was named after General Braxton Bragg, who was a slave owner, fought in the Civil War. But you can't legally name it back after Braxton Bragg. So to make the base name Fort Bragg and get around the law banning naming bases after Confederate heroes, they named it after a guy, Private First Class Roland Bragg, who fought in World War II, who's essentially a military nobody, unknown, long dead, and they just picked his name so that they can say it's Fort Bragg again now. How much money that shit cost?
Like I said, millions of dollars, man. I mean, to replace all of the signs on a fort, on a whole base, that's millions of dollars.
I can't see other than people glad to see it renamed, that would definitely, in my opinion, qualify as government waste. I mean, that little, just the money you're talking about to change that base could get several hundred people out of hunger for a while. I mean, like, why would
This
they?
is not about. This is not about get. Well, one really big thing, and I don't know if you've heard this, is that Trump has talked to both Putin and Xi, and he said he wants to have a meeting between those three, and they're all going to agree to cut their defense budgets in half.
Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, and Trump.
Yep. Now, I know it's gonna take a while to sink in, but one thing
Is that bad? I mean, is that really that bad though?
one thing that you have acknowledged time and time again is what leader in the right mind would ever engage in an agreement with Donald J. Trump?
I will. Well, it ain't just Trump. I will say, what leader would engage in an agreement with America? Our country has a history of making treaties and promises and breaking them. Trump certainly broke a lot of ones we made as one man himself. Paris Accord, fucking with NATO, the Iran deal. He himself is one guy that broke a lot of deals, but America itself, the whole country has a history of breaking deals and treaties with people. God bless anybody who trusts America. I don't understand why they keep trusting us.
And where you say you don't think that's a bad thing, and I don't either. But for one, I don't believe it, and two, that is the foundation of the Republican Party, is Department of Defense spending.
Yeah. Do you think they'll tackle that? Because we know there's a whole lot of waste in the DOD. We know that. We know the Pentagon. There's a ton of waste in the military. Do you think they're going to really?
He's going to take a butter knife to their budget. It's not going to even be precise cuts with a steak knife.
Yeah. He's
going to take, a spatula and just start tearing shit up. And these people, that it's always been about American might. It's always been about the military. It's always been about our foreign presence in the world that keeps us safe. When you start doing that, he's already talking about disbanding bases around Europe because we don't need them anymore because we're not going to protect them no more. They're going to have to protect themselves. There's a lot going on that people are just seeing them say, we saving money. But what they don't think about is those people, you ain't never going to get none of that money.
Yeah. To me, the constant yelling that we saving money sounds like we're going to lower the price of eggs. That's what it's. I mean, like, I got to move it on, but that's what it sounds like to me is that we're so focused on money that we're not paying attention to anything else. And I've said that many times on the show, as long as you can put a few extra bucks in somebody's pocket, they'll turn a blind eye to any damn thing. Just give them a little bit of money and they'll shut the fuck up no matter what's going on.
And then when they finally ask them the question, like, okay, what's up with the money? They'll say it's not really about money. It's about American pride. It's about this. They'll just move the goalposts, and they'll pivot right along with them, and they'll be living in the shelter saying, "By God, we got all of that fraud out of the government."
So you're living in the shelter. You like, but at least ain't no trans here. I gotta go. Appreciate it. All right, move. Anytime, Dinkow. Thank you. In the comments, someone said, bro said, God bless anyone who trusts America. Yeah, Vladimir 4-5 or 4, what does that say? But yeah, I did say that. America has a history. I mean, I always bring up the term Indian giver was created in regards to America literally making so many treaties with the Native Americans and breaking them. We know Saddam Hussein was killing his own people, which is the reason we claim we went into, in addition to weapons of mass destruction, but that was also created because we broke promises where we told the people of Iraq under George H.W. Bush to rise up against Saddam and we would help them. They rose up and we left. After Desert Storm or whatever back in the early 90s, we left. And so he slaughtered all of them because they took the advice of America. Right now with the whole getting rid of USAID, there are Afghan refugees that helped us out in that war. that are being stranded. What do you think the Taliban is going to do with all those traitors that helped the United States, interpreters and folks that gave us surveillance on their own people, expecting to get some type of citizenship into the United States? We've reneged on all of that shit. You know, some of them folks are going to die behind that. So, yeah, I strongly stand by the statement, God bless anybody who continues to trust the United States. We literally have a history of telling people shit and backing down. Look at the folks in, I can't think of the Dearborn County, Michigan right now. The ones who used to heckle the protests of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris yelling free Palestine and all of that. And they fell for the belief that, well, at least Trump is going to do something that genocide Joe was not. You think they're happy now? That Trump is talking about he's going to take ownership of Gaza and they can never even return to their homeland? And I can't even get into the Paris Accord, NAFTA, Trump got us out of the Iran deal. I don't know why people keep trusting us. Why would you make a deal with the United States when the next president may come in there and say it's a dumb deal and just get rid of it? We have a lengthy history of telling people shit and just reneging. At the end of the day, we got the most powerful military. What you gonna do about it? So why would you even get involved in deals with the U.S.? Which is what my last caller was alluding to, that if Trump, Xi Jinping of China, and Vladimir Putin of Russia all get into this promise of lowering their military arsenal, I guess trying to institute world peace, how do you know you can trust the United States? I would not. This is not to bash Trump. This is to bash us. We do not keep our word. We do not do that. So I don't know why countries keep trusting us. They look like assholes to me. Let me go back to the box because the U.S. has the most of the money. Yeah. Because as long as people keep trusting us and doing dumb shit, we're going to keep having most of the money because we don't tell the truth. We're all about expanding and getting wealthier. We're not about, maintaining honesty and integrity. We don't care about that. We'd be on the wrong side of World War III. I don't know what you mean by that. Because no aid except for Trump. The U.S. needs to stay out of the Middle East. Let the Arabs Union take care of the Clinton. They're not going to stay out of the Middle East. Too much money and resources in that area to exploit. We're not going to stay out of the Middle East. Continuing on with the program, though, we'll go to, I don't know what I'm looking at there, but MAGA Reacts. Good evening, MAGA. Welcome to the program. Hey, so do you feel, now folks are saying that Elon Musk is saving us a ton of money, but he's not being transparent about it. Do you feel confident that he can be trusted?
Yeah, he can definitely be trusted.
What are you basing it on?
And on his track record of doing good, this man's affected the world unlike anyone else.
Give me some examples of his track record of doing good.
Without him, we wouldn't have the EV boom that we have now. Without him, we wouldn't have internet all over the world. He provided internet for both North Carolina, which was a disaster area, and Ukraine during the Ukraine war. You're using his internet. Without him, we wouldn't be going to space like we are, and space travel's been reinvigorated. NASA has some astronauts stuck up there that he's supposed to bring back. What else? How many accomplishments?
Wait. Is he? Okay, wait a minute. Let's tackle some of the things. Let's tackle some of the things you mentioned. You mentioned EV, electric vehicles, internet, Ukraine, and space travel. You do realize he's getting paid for all of that shit, right? He ain't doing this stuff for free. Now, the Ukraine using his Starlink. This is where it was rumored that he was doing good by letting them use Starlink for free and all that. Turns out he was getting paid from that by U.S. aid, by the way. So
I think they paid for the equipment because he gave them the service for free, but they had to buy the modems.
Not only was he making money from them, apparently he was also charging the Russians. They were using it for their own military equipment as well. Russia was using Starlink. So where's the good part? I get he's making a killing financially, but it ain't that good if you're making money off of it. This is business. This ain't some type of charity. He's making money off of this stuff.
First of all, him getting money doesn't mean that he's making profit on anything. Maybe he was paid cost, but have
you seen the price of an electric vehicle?
He has the cheapest one. I mean, his cars are cheaper than any other. To get the equivalent of a Model Y, which sells for like 50 grand, it would cost you like 100 grand with a BMW or any other car company.
So you saying that all the EVs in this country, Teslas are the cheapest ones there are?
They're the cheapest and most expensive. He has, two cars, the Model S and the Cybertruck and the Model X that are expensive, but the Model 3 and the Model Y are the cheapest.
Yeah, I'm still not hearing I'm still not hearing all the good. To me, it sounds like a very successful businessman, but I'm not hearing the charity. I mean, he doesn't even sound like he does as much as, say, Shaquille O'Neal or somebody. I mean, what is he doing for charity? Because you're saying he's doing all this good stuff. It just sounds like he has a bunch of successful businesses that he's making money off of.
What I said is he's changing the world, making it better. Is an electric car
Like Steve Jobs.
part of...
So in other words, like Steve Jobs.
No, Steve Jobs was an innovator, and he made technology. Yes, iPhone did make the world better, but that was one accomplishment. With Elon's been one after another.
Well, I don't know about you. Said the iPhone didn't make the world better. If you're concerned about the police kicking your ass and you not being able to prove it, the iPhone has been really good at holding police accountable because that's not that everybody got a movie studio on them.
But we had smartphones without. We had very good smartphones without what's his name?
Not really. Not before they had the WinCE phones and things like that. The iPhone.
Had all those phones.
Before the iPhone, some people still had flips and all of that shit. The iPhone.
We were heading in that direction either way. With Elon, we weren't heading in the directions of making electric cars popular. We weren't heading in the direction of going back into space and
Here's what I don't get.
Space travel cheaper.
I'm amazed that MAGA is trying to tell me how great it is that Elon Musk created the electric car. Before Elon Musk was working with MAGA, you thought those cars were a piece of shit. I mean, how much Trump has said nothing but negative stuff about electric vehicles. Now all of a sudden you're talking about how great it is and how he kumbaya type stuff. Trump hated the electric vehicles.
Well, electric vehicles as a whole, they mostly suck. But his electric vehicles have definitely are better than the rest. They charge faster. Their autopilot beats all other cars. His charging system is better than all other systems. Where Ford and even I have two EVs. I have a Rivian, which is a truck. It's a different company, and then a Tesla Model Y. I'd rather take the Model Y on long trips because it charges faster. And even my Rivian, I charge at Tesla chargers because they're more reliable. Every time I try to use the public chargers that the government paid for, half the time they don't work.
You're MAGA with two e-vehicles? They make people like you? MAGA with two EVs? I've never heard of that.
What I tell people is I bought the cars not because they're electric. If I could get a car as good as these two that's gas powered, I would prefer it. But to get this, like the Rivian I got for 80 grand, to get the same car, gas, would cost me like 150 grand for a Range Rover. And again, the Model Y, to get the same thing as like a BMW, it would cost me at least 80 to 100 grand when I got it for 50.
No issue with range or no issue with power, any of that stuff that Trump used to talk about? Because Trump made electric cars sound like a piece of shit. You don't sound like you're doing that.
These specific cars, I mean, I'm usually fine with range unless we're talking like a trip from Miami to like Colorado. And even a trip like that you could do in a Tesla because the way their system and everything is set up, you just have to stop every 200 miles for like 10 minutes to charge. Because electric cars are weird. To fill up an electric car from 0 to 80% takes like 10-15 minutes. To go from 80 to 100 takes like another 30 to 40 minutes on its own. So if you just go from 0 to 100, 0 to 100, you could charge really quick.
So you can put 200 miles of range in that car in only 15 minutes?
Yes, if it's empty. If it's the first 200. If it's the last 100. The last 100 takes twice as long as the first 200.
Wow.
It's a weird, it's because it's laws of thermodynamics.
Yeah, this certainly isn't. This is news to me because this, like I said, I've been listening to right-wing media a lot, and they've been trashing those cars and hearing that.
Let me finish. Like my brother's EV, he's got a fucking Kia. The range on that thing is 150 miles, and charging it takes twice as long, even, and the charging itself on the Kia is like a quarter of the speed of the Tesla. So yeah, most electric cars coming out are fucking garbage. Tesla and Rivian are the exception. All these other ones that Ford and all these other companies are coming out with, they do have shitty range. The range of an F-150 is like 270 miles, and good luck getting 270. Where my Rivian is way older than the F-150, and it gets 350 if I put it in eco mode.
I can't speak on it because I don't know nothing about electric vehicles, but like I said, other than hearing from the right. Now you're saying, because I know Cadillac has, in fact, under the Biden administration, all GM cars within a few years are going to be EVs. I don't know if Trump is going to roll that back because Trump has never came across as being pro-EV.
He's not pro making EV a requirement. We need both.
No, he's not. I get what you're saying. We need both. Trump is anti-EV though. He comes across as anti-EV.
No, like vaccines, he's not anti-vaccines. He's pro-choice, where you get to pick if you want to do the vaccine or not, or if you want to do electric or not. And we're just not there. The technology is not there. The exceptions are Tesla and Rivian and maybe a few other cars. But all these other manufacturers, I haven't seen a good range out of any of you. Like the Porsche has a range of like 250. Most like cheap ones only have a range of 200. So he is right about the bulk of electric cars coming.
Well, the fact is though, most Americans do not drive 200 plus miles very often. Maybe occasionally they go on a long trip, but most Americans are, how far you go to work back and forth? 40, 50 miles at most. If you live in a big city, it's probably 10 miles. And you drive like that for weeks on end. Most Americans, where they need a solid 250 continuous miles of range for their car, that may be only a handful of times a year.
Which is fine if you can charge at home. But if you can't charge at home, trust me, that's impossible to keep. Because my charger at home broke, and even with my 350-mile range, I had issues using like third-party chargers. Because, they're always broken. I mean, now that I could use the Tesla chargers, it's going to be less of a problem. But it still wasn't using somebody else's charger. Now, being able to come home and plug into your car and wake up with a full tank, that's like the best part of EVs.
Can you charge it with a regular 120-volt outlet?
You can, but it's a waste of time. You might as well not, because it'll take you like 3 days to fully charge.
The 15 amps or whatever at your house is too low. It's too low, huh?
Yeah, you need a 240, but or 220, and especially if you get the right charger, you could charge in like 3 to 4 hours, or charge it enough.
I can see why that shit explodes. That's got to be a ridiculous amount of current going through there to do that in 3 hours.
The way it works is if you have like if you wire it direct to the box, you could do like 60 amps. But if you're using a plug, you need to do 40 or 50 amps because your plug will melt. Like I used to have to replace my plug every like 2 weeks until I just screw it.
All right, about to burn your shit down. But getting back to the topic then, so you believe that Elon Musk can be trusted simply because of how successful his businesses have been?
Yeah, because I don't think he's ever been about the money. I mean, money is just a byproduct of him being successful, and and just look how much he's affected the world. I mean, like I said, him making EVs popular has done more than the Paris climate.
I don't know. You say how much he's affected the world. I can't think of anything in my life where Elon Musk has really been effective. I don't use Starlink. I don't have an e-vehicle.
Well, maybe not you directly, but Starlink provided internet, like I said, for the Ukraine war and for North Carolina. And basically, anywhere in the world where you want internet, you can just buy a Starlink modem and have affordable internet. Yeah. His charging system, like I said, right now, nobody would be buying any of these other, nobody would be buying like electric Ford or anything without the ability to use. But
you favor him destroying whole aspects of government like he's doing, like the department, the veteran, the VA, the Veterans Administration, the EPA. I mean, he's not taking time to point out waste in these departments. He's getting rid of large swaths of it. Like, do you not at least want to hear, or see proof of what the hell he's basing that on?
I mean, I'm gonna give him some time to try it his way because we've tried it the other way for basically our entire history, and haven't gotten anywhere. So how about we give him more than 2 weeks? Because you said this is the 5th week. It's only been like 25 days. It's only been like three and a half weeks. It's not the 5th week.
Yeah, but you said actually Monday will be week 5. What you
the start of week 5.
that's what I'm talking about.
It's not even the 20th, and he got inaugurated on the 20th. So it hasn't even been like 25. It's been 25 days exactly. It hasn't been 30 or 28.
Okay. But what the point I'm making is, you're saying why don't we give them a little time? So people are losing their jobs, man. I mean, people who lose their jobs are struggling and hurting on day one. People are getting. Do we wait to figure out? I mean, like, what is going to happen to all these Americans that he's putting out of work?
Listen, we have unemployment for a reason. Hopefully, they find new work, and hopefully, we could use them somewhere else that's more useful. But are we going to keep paying for them to do obsolete jobs forever? And I don't know if these jobs are obsolete or not, but if they are necessary, I'm pretty sure they're going to rehire them. Only the ones that are absolutely worthless are the ones that are not going to get rehired.
I would feel a lot better. I would feel a lot better if he was transparent and we knew, first of all, that they're going to hire these people, or he actually had solid proof that this is actual waste. I gave this spiel at the beginning of the program about the difference between pointing out waste and simply budgeting from a conservative mindset. And what I mean by that is some of the stuff that he's considering waste, it's just stuff that the conservatives don't like. It ain't really waste. It's just like I mentioned, I gave a fictional example of a federal study that's determining whether booster shots, how effective they are and things like that. The conservatives don't really favor the vaccines. So they may view that as waste. That's not waste. That's just something that you don't like. And I think a lot of the stuff he's getting rid of is at DEI and affirmative action. Some of that stuff is just stuff they don't like.
No, and I'm with you, but like I said, we need time. You're saying, why isn't he more transparent? Again, it's only been 2 weeks. It's not, you can't just be transparent. You have to create a website. You have to you have to organize the data. You have to analyze the data. You have to put the data on the website. All this stuff takes time, and it's only been 2 weeks, and he promises to be transparent, and it seems to be his goal. I mean, he's had more press conferences than anybody else doing anything. I mean, he's on TV every day, being as transparent as he can.
And we've caught him in some lies, MAGA. We've caught him in some lies being on TV every day.
Well, he's still learning the job.
People are getting, I don't think you get what I'm saying. People are getting fired while he's doing this stuff. It ain't like we can sit back and wait till he decides. People are losing their jobs and their livelihood. What he is doing is having an immediate negative effect on thousands of Americans. They don't have the time to wait like you're talking about.
No, I understand the shortcoming is going to be painful, but we have to give him a chance. And I think 2 weeks is not giving him a chance. Yes, these people are going to get fired, but they're going to get unemployment. He's trying to give them benefits. I don't know if he's going to be able to.
What percentage of your salary is unemployment?
I don't know. I've always been.
Do you care about these people getting fired at all?
No, I do, but I think if they'll find new jobs. I mean, if Trump does what he does and invigorate the market like the market like he does, the economy like he should, they'll find new jobs quickly. Unless their jobs were absolutely worthless and they had no real skill, then they'll still find new jobs.
I'm not even part of the federal government. I have not even been fired, and you ain't even convincing me of that bullshit. I gotta move it on. I thank God I'm not in that position, because you ain't even cheering me up with that shit. I'll give you the last word.
No, I'm with you. It looks bad.
Yeah.
I just think we should give him more than 2 weeks. It's only been 2 weeks.
If I'm actually determining whether I'm at to move out of my apartment because I lost my job, and you respond with that bullshit, that don't do me no good at all. But you got to give more than 2 weeks. My landlord said I got to go. He's not going to let me stay here for 2 weeks.
Isn't he giving them 8 months of pay? So
no,
giving them 8 months.
No, he's not. He offered 8 months, and they had to take it by a certain date. The ones who didn't take it, they just getting fired now. They're not getting 8 months anymore. They're just getting kicked out.
Yeah, I'm hoping he makes up for it in the future and fix it. Again, one problem.
You sound like Obama. Keep hope alive. What are you, Jesse Jackson now? Keep hope alive.
Listen, anytime a president comes in, we always give him a honeymoon period. Trump has not had a honeymoon period.
You don't get a honeymoon when you fire him, motherfuckers. It's different. This is different.
I'm gonna give him a chance and see, because this is like, what's his name? Denkel was saying Elon wasn't elected, but Elon was right next to Trump. This was part of the campaign. He was a giant part of the campaign that he was gonna go in and remember, you're like, how is he gonna do $2 trillion of waste? Now we know he's gonna fire everybody.
Right. Yeah, the waste is American salaries. I gotta go, man. I gotta go. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you, MAGA Reacts. And yeah, he's right. He's going to cut $2 trillion in waste by making a whole lot of Americans unemployed, which I kind of wonder if they end up on unemployment. And I've seen Denkel said unemployment is only $300. Damn. So if they end up on unemployment, I suppose supplementing their reduction in income with food stamps and things like that, you're saving money over here, but now they're requesting money here. I don't know, robbing from Peter to pay Paul. You ever heard of that term? Blue Baron, thank you for the support. Says, do you agree with Trump on ending the war? Well, right now, neither war has ended, but I do agree with Trump on attempting to end the war. Now, they just threatening the shit out of the Palestinians. So they ain't ended nothing in Palestine, in Gaza. They have not ended that war. For the most part, Israel has beaten Gaza and the Palestinians into submission, and Trump is just like, we're going to take y'all shit right now. You can't come back, and that's kind of the end of the story. I'm just going to set some shit up for you, and you got to move there. So he didn't end that war. He just bum rushed them. So there's nothing good in that for the Palestinians. So I'm not going to give him any credit for what happened in Palestine. You can either die or you can be displaced from your homeland. Neither one of those are good options. Now, in regards to the Ukraine-Russian war, it does look like Trump is going to broker some kind of ceasefire deal there where he might get some credit for. But we have to first find out how much in terms of concessions. And by the way, thank you, Fancy Prancy. Yeah, appreciate the hat mustache. In regards to the Ukraine-Russian war, the jury's still out on that. I need to know what Russia is getting. Remember, Vladimir Putin right now is considered a war criminal throughout most of our allied nations. America, so is Benjamin Netanyahu, by the way. So America is essentially working favorable with two people that literally the rest of NATO view as war criminals. Both Vladimir Putin and Benjamin Netanyahu are, what do they do? They try you at the Hague or whatever the hell. They both are war criminals right now. So if Vladimir Putin or Benjamin Netanyahu wanted to take a vacation in France or Italy somewhere, they might get picked up. They got Interpol warrants out over there. So America is essentially working with war criminals. And I guess at the end of the day, they're going to somehow convince the rest of the free world to leave Netanyahu and Vladimir Putin alone. So I need to see, in regards to giving Trump credit about the Ukraine-Russian war, I need to see what concessions are made for Russia. How much of the Ukraine do they get to keep? There's a lot of war crimes that the Russian soldiers committed. And we're not just talking about war in terms of killing. They were raping people and everything. Does all of that get forgiven? Does Russia have to is Russia accountable for any of that? They went through Ukrainian villages doing a lot more than just killing people. So all of that, we need to see the outcome of that before we start celebrating Trump ending the war. So we'll see in regards to that. But like I said, the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, I don't see anything worth giving credit for. Because what Trump is promising America is that we're going to make a fortune by stealing their homeland. That's not a good thing. So we'll see what happens. By the way, tap the screen. We'll go to the next caller. Get the likes on up to about 30,000. We can make that happen if you let your thumbs not be lazy. About a minute of tapping on the screen. Help your boy out in regards to the likes of the program. You know, it helps out the algorithm, brings in more MAGA. You know how we run this program. We don't block, ban, or censor. Been that way since day one. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. By the way, if you do favor this type of dialogue, open dialogue from all sides of the aisle, I'm going to ask that you go ahead and drop your boy a subscription. We're on YouTube horizontal, YouTube vertical. We are on Instagram. For anybody who doesn't have TikTok, you want to be a caller, Instagram Live, we're there right now as well. We'll bring you right up. You can be critical of the host. You can be critical of anybody in the comment section. We'll give you plenty of time to state your point. It's all about free speech. So looking in the comments, like nobody can feel bad why they are after seeing a Trumpist. Wait a minute. Like nobody can feel bad why they are after seeing a Trumpist. I don't understand that. You just cooked yourself, says Dirty Duval. How embarrassing. How did I cook myself? Let me know. You gotta add a little bit of meat on the potato. You can be critical, but say some shit I can work with. That means nothing. You cooked yourself. That means nothing. All right, let me go back to the box. I mean, like I said, feel free to criticize, but make it intelligent. Miss Mo Better. Good evening. Welcome to the program. I always give my subs first dibs.
It's me, your favoriteist.
Good to have you back on. You bring out the worst in some of my viewers.
I do, and that's why I'm here right now. Because that shit you was just listening to, I don't know how you could do it for so long. Like, if you don't drop this little motherfucker, like, excuse my French. But he up there to Tesla. First of all, Elon bought into those companies. He didn't create shit. He bought into most of those companies. Number two, Tesla's the cars are horrible. You go look at all the recalls and shit going on with Tesla.
Well, in his defense,
few of them on the side of the road on fire.
But in his defense, he does own a Tesla though, so I couldn't.
No, shit. What that got to do with the price of tea in China?
Well, if the man owns the car and he knows a little bit about it, I tell him he don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Of course, he's gonna hype that up because nobody wants to say I fucked up.
Right.
That is
true.
They're not gonna give that. They ain't gonna show that whole card.
That is true. So, he's saying that Elon Musk can be trusted because he's done a lot for humanity. I'm assuming you don't see it that way.
That goes to show you that people don't do their homework about this man. Do they know where he came from? He's not even allowed back in South Africa.
Is that true?
That's what I heard. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But, his family was in South Africa because they were supporters of apartheid. You know that.
Yeah.
Elon just posted on his site that Indian Americans that depend on the government for anything are parasites.
Damn.
So how are you going to take jobs from people? Then they have to depend on the government for the assistance that y'all to try to recoup what y'all took them out of. How are you calling the parasite? That shows you how you feel about people. You know what his thing is? If they die, they die.
Well, I'm going to be honest, and I don't think this would hurt Elon's the opinion of Elon at all with folks on the right. But my personal analysis is most people on the right think that if you depend on the government, you're a parasite. So all he was doing is echoing how people feel. Most folks on the right believe that if you're not out there earning every dime you make, if you depend on the government for anything, they believe you're a parasite.
Well, they act as if they've never, had to get any kind of assistance. Because 9 out of 10 of them who didn't have to get government assistance, their family stole it. Yes, I said it. Yes, I said it.
I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to leave that. You're getting hot. You're getting hot.
We're not even going to go there because that's going to change the whole direction of your team. And I know they're going to be coming at my head.
Yeah, they already. I got folks in the comments already said deport this caller. They're coming for you now. So.
This is my country. I'll deport me to go where?
Well,
Stop playing.
So in regards to that, I mean, this is off topic, but from what I hear, the country of Ghana is letting African Americans come back, no questions asked.
Yeah, no, I heard the same thing too. Actually, Stevie Wonder lives there. A lot of people have.
Does he really?
Yes, he is a citizen of Ghana.
Wow.
So, and they said it's very beautiful over there. See, what happens is we look at TV and they show all the poor areas and stuff like that. Africa, the continent of Africa is very rich.
You mean they not laying around with flies on their belly and living in huts and with bones in their noses?
Sorry, I caught a call. No, that's for the majority. No, that's not how it is. You have a lot of areas like that over there, but for the most, they've lived like kings and queens in Africa. But then when the colonizers started infiltrating and taking people out, then you had some of us who actually started selling our people out.
Yeah.
Look at what's happening in the Congo right now. It's crazy. They really in war right now over in the Congo because of the natural resources. Even with over in Ukraine, there's a lot of natural resources that these people are trying to bully their way into.
Yeah.
They want those natural resources. But they're not going to come out and say it. They're not just going to come out and say, "Oh, well, we want their metal. We want whatever." Just whatever resources.
Well, I can
they
tell
have.
you this. I can tell you this. When it comes to the United States, we don't really do anything out of the kindness of our heart. If we involved in any nation, we get some out of it. Yeah, we get some out of
You
it.
already know that, and you could bet your bottom dollar on that, Tim.
Yeah.
This country is raggedy as fuck from the existence, from the start. They shouldn't even have George Washington on the money. None of those presidents that's on the money should be on there.
What right do you got against George Washington?
He was a slave owner too.
Yeah.
He was a slave owner too, and they give Abraham Lincoln credit. He only freed the slaves by accident because he wanted to save the Union. So in order to save the Union, it had to include the slaves.
So then I gotta ask you, how do you feel about Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth renaming the military base back to Fort Bragg, trying to, I guess, he picked a random Bragg, but he's trying to go back to the named after the Confederate general that was a slave owner himself.
Because you know what they're going to do is just going to say Bragg. They're not going to mention
Right,
his name
right.
when they call it. And see, this is going back to the hypocrisy with them removing DEI and different things like that. We already know why DEI was invented, why it was even created. It's because of black people and people of color and stuff like that. So you want us to forget that stuff, but want us to remember all that other stuff. And then Donald Trump, whatever y'all call him on here, Donald Trump is what his name is.
President Trump, how about that?
Donald Trump.
How do you respond to folks that might say you disrespecting the office?
As disrespectful as his ass is, please. He does. Respect is earned.
Ooh.
He displays who he is. And like my mother used to tell me, when people show you who they are, you have to believe them. I'm not going to be up here to assume what he should be saying. He showed me what he's about. Whether they want to believe it or not, that's on them. Let him finish leading y'all to ruin, because
Damn.
that's what's happening.
Now I'm hearing that I didn't notice. In fact, I started the live by asking this question, which was, should or could Trump end up canceling the Juneteenth holiday? Apparently, he's already done something like that among the Department of Defense. How do you view that? If Biden just instituted the Juneteenth holiday in 2021 to mark the emancipation from slavery. Can you see Trump doing something like that?
I absolutely can. I absolutely can. And for those who say that he is not racist, yes, he is. He might not be he's a bigot, which they don't like nobody. He loves nothing but power and money.
But they're gonna bring up the guy who used to hang around Oprah and all of them folks.
Those were photo ops. He's an opportunist. Anything that makes him look good.
I'm hearing.
And they were the popular people at the time.
I've even heard folks suggest that when Jesse Jackson ran for president back in 1980 or whatever it was, Trump funded his campaign.
Because Jesse Jackson is just as raggedy as Trump. I'm here to tell you. He's just as raggedy as Trump. That man, and he was as crooked as two left shoes too.
Damn.
So I'm not going to be racially biased when it comes to situations like that. If you're wrong, you're wrong.
5 weeks so far. 5 weeks as of Monday. What say you?
5 weeks of nothing but chaos. Now, when Kamala was out there running, it was like, oh, well, she's not saying any policy. She's not telling what she's going to do. Trump, and he went in there with the concept. Elon got all the stuff going on. He knows nothing. So what he's doing, he's running the country vicariously through Elon.
But do you give Trump or Elon or both of them together any credit at all for the fact that at least, because Biden wasn't talking to the people like this. Biden and Kamala did not hold press conferences even remotely near what Trump does. Is it not a good thing to have a president that talks to the people?
But I don't want you to say shit to me if it's gonna be a lie. Give me the ugly truth any day. I don't need no pretty lie, because what happens is you build people up with these illusions and get all these expectations going on, and then you got to double down. And guess what? That just puts us back.
What? Okay, he's been in office 5 weeks as of Monday. What lies have you heard so far?
So, let me see. The price of eggs and all of that stuff going. Oh, the eggs are going up. Oh, but I can get the egg on the first day. I'm gonna get groceries down.
Yeah, all of the day one stuff we did after.
All of that.
Yeah.
The only thing that he really followed through with was trying to get people out of here. But what he's doing, he's messing with the people that are actually here legal. He's not even getting a lot of the illegals. It's people that are documented that he's going after, and that's the crazy part.
But do you give him credit? Because a lot of folks, even on the left and certainly independents, voted to secure the border. They weren't a fan of what was going on under Biden. Do you not give him credit that he has greatly reduced the amount of folks coming across the southern border and the northern border? Does he get credit for that?
Yeah, I do. I give him credit for that.
So he's doing some good. Let me hear you say MAGA.
Let me tell you something. Him securing those borders down there did not lower my grocery bill.
True.
It did not lower my gas bill. It didn't raise my wages at work. It did nothing for me.
What about your safety? What about the fact that he claims a lot of these folks are rapists and murderers and getting them out of the country?
Please, let's not go there, Tim. Please, let's not go there. Because listen, again, the major events that I've seen happen here in this country has happened at the hands of white American flag-toting men. Now, you don't have to take my word for it. No, it's not racist. Those are facts.
White American flag-toting men. I got a question. What is on the flag? Is it an Old Glory, the Stars and Stripes?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's been hijacked. It's been hijacked. It's just MAGA believes that flag only belongs to the right side of the aisle.
Wow.
Nobody on the left is really supposed to have that kind of flag.
Well, I often hear them suggest that the Democrats hate America. They hate their country. They're not patriotic.
Of course they would say that because even though the Democrats are a little soft, if they could have a little more nerve like I had, then they'd probably be in a better position. But anybody that's not bowing down to that man, they feel that they are against America. Oh, Trump is so American. But he's constantly leading you into ruin. And the things that he's doing, it's not going to just affect the other side of the aisle. It's going to affect them too. And they don't see that. But guess what? I'm not here to change your mind about it. You can continue to follow him.
Oh. He did promise if you vote for him, you're going to get tired of winning. Is he not delivering on that promise? Promises made, promises kept. Is he not showing victory after victory?
Well, he's been bought. He lost when he sold himself to Elon.
Damn.
Yeah, that's it. It's pimp. That's his pimp. Listen, you had Elon in there with Little Booger X, his son in there digging all in his nose or all over the desk, telling Trump to shush. He said, "We need you to go away. You're not the president." Like, come on. If that light was any hotter in that room, Trump would have melted.
Damn. So no chance you're gonna be on the side of MAGA. No chance I can see you a MAGA hat up there.
No, because their horns show. I can see their horns. I can see their horns.
You're conflating MAGA with demons?
They are.
Come on now, Miss Mobetta. That's a bit harsh. That's a bit harsh.
Vile. You can call it what you want to. I know what I'm looking at.
What the hell has MAGA done to make you suggest they're demons?
They support anything and anyone that is actually against for standing up for people.
Elaborate.
Go back to January 6th. People have lost their lives, and they still find justification for that. There's people. What's his name? George Floyd, when he was taken out, and
you talking about the guy that died of COVID?
That's what he passed from? He didn't have
That's what I was told. I heard he had a real bad bout with COVID.
Listen, enlighten me.
Yeah.
But the capitalism that they show, where they don't feel that they need, and this is where I'm confused at, and maybe you can help me. They always say, oh, well, we're going to bring that money back home. Let's help our American people. So why are there so many homeless people? Why do you want us to pay for education? Why do y'all want to take away the health care? Why is it such a bad thing to have to give food stamps to certain people that actually need them? So where's helping American people at?
That's not, and I've said that before, that's not going to happen because the minute American people start needing help, they're going to say that's socialism. So,
Exactly.
yeah, that's the hypocrisy of it is we don't want to send money overseas. Let's help each, yeah.
Make it make sense.
Yeah, that's not going on. But Miss Mo Better, wow, you came through hardcore today. I appreciate you coming through as usual. I do got to
I'm
move
waiting
on.
for one of your YouTube people to say some shit.
I mean, well, I got Robert Kennedy referring to you as a stupid caller. They saying things on YouTube. They're not favorable
I
to
know,
you.
but you can't fix stupid and ignorant. So they gonna say what they say. That's what they do.
Yeah, dirty
It's
dude.
like this lady down in named Fancy P or whoever Fancy P is does this. Shut your dumb ass up.
Dirty,
How about
not
that?
fancy,
Right
Francie.
that. Go finish licking those orange nuts. How about that?
And of course, Dirty Duval is stating that you are, it says, why are you so racist, ma'am? Some folks are saying you are intolerant yourself.
It's generational. It started with your peoples. Some scars are hard to get over. Y'all started that nonsense, and now it's when y'all taking programs like DEI and all of that stuff, which included my people. Y'all just sending me back. But guess what? We're not our ancestors. We don't have to shut up and dribble. Oh, shut up and pick that cotton. Those days are over.
Wow.
So find something else to do with your time fucking with me.
You hold your own pretty well. Miss Mobetta, always a pleasure. All right, moving on with the program. Miss Mo, don't fuck with that lady. That lady pushes back. Tap the screen. By the way, for folks on YouTube wondering how you call in, we are on the audio you're hearing from the program. And thank you for the support there, DJ Julio. I already know what you're doing. Thank you, DJ Julio. I appreciate the support. And I see in the comments, there's a fan. Anna Lux says she was great. Anna Lux, there's a star called Anastasia Lux that I used to be a big fan of. I'm hoping that's not. I wish there was you. But anyway, tap the screen, get the likes up to about 40,000. I'm gonna ask you guys to show the program some love. Give it about a minute of tapping. There was a for folks who want to call in. The audio you're hearing from the folks calling in is on TikTok, The Handsome Liberal, and Instagram. So if you have Instagram or you have the TikTok apps, The Handsome Liberal, come on up, I'll bring you right on. You know we don't block, ban, or censor anyone. MAGA tends to be my preferred guest, even though I don't get a lot of MAGA, but certainly we'll bring you right up. You can be critical of anybody you want, including the host. Just come through, request to come up, we'll bring you up. That's how the program works. We're all about free speech. So you're not going to get blocked, banned, or censored just because you're far left, far right, in the middle, center, wherever the hell you may lie on the spectrum. As I state, we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. So looking in the comments before we move on, I don't have Instagram or TikTok. Rosie, YouTube does not allow me to bring up actual audio clips. So there's nothing. I would love to do it on YouTube as well, but it doesn't allow that. When was America? This is a Pleasant Gift is asking MAGA, when was America ever great for black people? Which decade? I'll leave that to MAGA to answer that question. That's a good question. If you cannot speak freely, you are simply not free, says Dennis. I agree with that. I appreciate that this man lets people speak and he isn't biased, in my opinion. Well, some folks are going to suggest I'm biased because I do lean left on a lot of social issues, but I don't have any qualms about giving Trump credit when I think there's credit due as well. But yeah, I'm going to certainly let you speak. If the platform lets you speak and say whatever the hell you want, damn it, so am I. I believe you're entitled to free speech. I think there's a few words, the N-word obviously, a few of those words can trigger the program, so I have to censor that. But other than that, we allow you to speak. That's because slavery was abolished, Kevin. Well, that is true. Going back to the box. Continuing on with the one and only DJ Julio. I'm assuming you heard a few things from my last caller that you might have a slight disagreement with? DJ Julio, good evening.
To be honest with you, I miss Mo better. I like hearing her talk. She's passionate. We don't always agree, but
Okay,
she's passionate.
fair enough. Elon Musk, scale of 1 to 10, 10 being you would trust him with your life. How much do you trust Elon Musk? Scale of 1 to 10.
I don't really trust anybody but myself with my life, but with my finances, I trust him 10.
Why? And by the way, KJ, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. What? Because Elon Musk, what is his credentials that would make you trust him with your finances so much?
He's got more money than God.
So does George Soros. Was he in that category too?
I don't think that he wants my $100,000 a year. I don't think he wants that. I think that he would like to see me grow. He might want a piece of it somewhere. You know, 1% for advisory fee, whatever. But I mean, he's a smart man. He's when it comes to finances, and obviously when it comes to getting it out of this world into a different one.
So then let me ask you, because you mentioned right off the bat, he's got more money than God and he doesn't need any money from me. George Soros, Bill Gates also has more money than God. Would you trust them with your finances as well?
They haven't been proven trustworthy. Elon Musk has a clean sheet.
So he hasn't been proven, he just hasn't been disproven.
He hasn't been alleged against, I don't believe.
He hasn't been on the scene as long.
Maybe.
Yeah, Bill Gates has been around.
Twitter.
Bill Gates goes back to DOS 5, or better yet, even further back than that. Bill Gates goes back to the 80s, and so does George Soros, is 90 years old. He's been around forever. We haven't really, 10 years ago, was anybody talking about Elon Musk?
Well, listen, I don't have any reason to distrust him yet. Unfortunately, Gates and Soros had different agendas for their life. They wanted, power and money, and Elon's got it, and he still seems like a humble guy that's got Asperger's. It is what it is. I mean,
Yeah, when you say that, when you say Asperger's, the first thing come to my mind is that whole damn Third Reich salute.
Well, and that's what you call it. But he said clearly, my heart goes out to you. I don't know if you've ever hung out with people that have that.
You know something? If I'm sitting in the room with my boy and he's about to go home and leave for the night, and while he's walking out of my house, he turns around and says, "You know what? You cool, dude. My heart goes out to you." He threw that shit up in my house. What the fuck is that? Who does that when they say my heart goes out to you? They throw up a Third Reich salute. Who does that?
It wasn't. His hand wasn't flat. I mean, come on. I mean, you can say it looks like a duck just because it might be a type of a duck, but it's not. It's not what you're thinking it is.
What is that?
That's on his. His hand is on its way up when you stop there, right? When it stops right there. If you watch the whole video and you know it, you can grab your forehead and laugh at me, Tim. You know it.
Why does he make the aggressive face while doing it?
Because he's passionate. Look at the way that he celebrates when he gets on stage and he jumps around and his hands go all over the place. You got to look at his reactions to everything that he's done on stage during this political process and say, okay, this makes more sense now.
So when he said
that, you'll see it.
When he sat there and talked to the media for I don't know how long with his kid in the room, he didn't throw this up at the media. He didn't make aggressive faces at them. There's a lot of video footage of Elon out there. This ain't something he normally does. Does he turn on and off the Asperger's at will?
Okay, one, he's talking to a bunch of people. There's a bunch of people. There's a lot
He's
of
talking
energy in
to
this.
he's talking to his people, is what you're trying to say.
No, he's talking to American people. Right? On that stage, they're all having what was that? The celebration, the inaugural celebration, is that what that was at?
I don't believe that's what that is. I believe those are his people he's celebrating with, and those are not the American people. That is not a diverse, politically diverse audience. That is right wingers. That's his people.
So the party that we all voted, the party that voted and won this election, that's what you're talking about? Those people.
His people, yeah.
What?
Folks on the right.
No. Americans. 76 million of us that voted the way that we did to make the whole country red. We did that.
Yeah, right wingers. Yeah, That's what I said. His people.
Conservatives, Republicans,
Yeah.
Christians, some of them.
And so he follows up this salute, and then he brings back on a staffer that has clearly said racist stuff as well. How do you view that?
Was he good at his job?
The fuck
The
is
sins of
that?
the past, man. People change. Sins of the past. I mean, we're really looking hard. We're really looking hard in a lot of these lives. I mean, I listen to Lumberjacks, and I know you guys don't get along all that well. You like each other, and you go on each other's pod.
Yeah, we respectable. Yeah, we disagree politically. That's about it.
Yeah. You know, and AJ's rant, AJ, all I hear is people looking for straws, trying to find a reason to hate. Now we've got a group of people. Let me just finish this rant real quick, and then we can move on to the next question or next guest.
I don't think you're doing a good job getting us off of this one, but keep going.
When you look at it and you see us fixing things, trying to fix things, instead of hating, maybe just say, you know what? Maybe we were lied to. Maybe we were wrong. Maybe we got freaking gaslit. Maybe I got gaslit. Maybe who the fuck knows? But so far, what they're doing, they're finding shit that shouldn't be paid, that your money's paying for, that my money's paying for, and hopefully by next year, we'll start seeing some of that money, if not sooner. Hopefully we'll start seeing that sooner than later. But we got to quit being so goddamn nitpicky, looking for a reason to get mad.
Wait a minute. Julio, people getting fired, man. People gonna be nitpicky. You're firing tens of thousands of people all simultaneously. People are not gonna just be passive about how they judge you. You're firing people. People are out of work, and you're not. One thing he is not saying is what he is doing for all these people that are losing their jobs. I mean, he's providing misery to thousands of people.
Are those people essential? Do they serve a purpose in the position they're in? Because if not, this country, number one, is it's a company. We have things to pay out. We have our social economic assistance. We got all these other freaking programs that we live off of as Americans. This needs to be ran like a country, our company.
We responded real quick. And I see in the comments, Forever C10 says, Tim, he did not click his heels. And that's something I heard when I brought this up. That when you do this third right salute, you're also supposed to click your heels when you do it. I don't know. Listen, I've seen the Wizard of Oz and Dorothy going back to Kansas a million times, but I don't, look, I think you can, if you do the salute but you don't click the heels, that means it's irrelevant. I don't know. I've heard it, but you're not the only one, Forever C10, to say that. The fact that you know that is it's kind of concerning, but what you're saying there...
It's not concerning. That's not concerning. It's educated.
You think most Americans know the proper way to do a Nazi salute?
Hey, if you're going to have an opinion on it one way or the other, you should know your facts.
I don't totally disagree with what you're saying, but
How could you?
Well, exactly. But to me, even doing part of it is bad. And certainly when you don't explain it. This is just like when people accuse Trump of doing things that they think is racist, and he don't say shit. He just let it be out there like that. So, you can't hate on the people that if you don't explain what you're doing, kind of is what it is.
Yeah, Ms. Mobetti, you know me better than that. I'm not being disingenuous. I'm being as honest as my heart's letting me be.
Yeah. And I see in the comments, Maddie is saying the media is the one that made it into something that is not. I don't
100%.
Yeah, I don't disagree that the media is gonna run with it, but I think that when he done that, my guess is people in that audience saw that as well, just because they ain't the media. I doubt if 100% of that audience, which is most likely people that voted for him, I'm pretty sure some of them looked at that like, damn, what is that? I bet if you had the camera aimed at that audience, you could see a reaction on some of them. They didn't all take it as my heart goes out to you. I bet you some of that audience saw what he was doing very similar to what the Third Reich did.
I doubt it.
Not one person.
I really doubt it.
Not one person.
No, because he's never been seen to be that guy.
The guy who came straight out of apartheid is just not that guy, huh?
He's not that. Where have you ever seen him be or alleged to be that guy?
I just seen the guy, the man that we rehire a staffer that said make hating Indians normal again, normalize Indian hate. Said he was racist before it was cool to be racist. And he just said this a few months ago. And here Elon is like, let's keep him on board. Let's keep him around. How are folks supposed to view that?
He better be good at his job. That's I'm Native American.
Why are you giving him a chance, though?
I'm able to look at it through normalizing Indian hate. I'm able to look through it to that preview because I'm Native American. I'm an enrolled Sioux tribe member. We've talked about this.
But he's talking about from India though, not Native Americans.
Oh well, I don't know nothing about that.
Here's the problem, Julio. Here's the problem. If I don't like your type, but I'm really good at doing the job, and you insist I stay on at the job, my job is to cut waste, to cut excessive spending. I don't like your type. So what do you think I'm going to do when it comes to looking at files that may go to people that look like you? You don't think I'm going to see all of that as waste? You don't think I'm going to judge that from a biased view when I made it clear I don't like people like you? You think I want the government money going to people like you if I don't like you?
I get what you're saying, but apparently he wasn't that kind of a guy when it came to his job. I mean, obviously,
how the hell you know?
To be asked to come back.
How do you know?
I'm assuming. That's my assumption. I don't know. I mean, does it look good? No, it doesn't look good. But what are the facts on it? What are the whole facts? Why did they decide to bring him back? Now it's the question we should be asking.
Maybe they brought him back because they don't give it. Maybe they brought him back because they don't give a damn what he said. Maybe they even agree with it.
Well, you know, if that's how you want to look at it, I mean, that's I guess for your strings.
I'll give you here's an example. Here's an example.
Let me get Big Dog real quick before his thing goes away. I want to talk to Big Dog real quick before his goes away. Yes, I was white yesterday, and I was also Mexican yesterday, and I was Native American. I don't know why it's you, Big Dog, always the motherfucker that has to question what my fucking nationality is.
You was white.
Mixed race, brother.
You was white yesterday.
Mixed race. Why? Yeah, I can see through all the previews. I can see them all. I'm blessed.
Okay, here's what I mean when I say the reason that Elon and them don't want to get rid of this guy because maybe they agree with what he's saying. The example I always give is this. Anytime somebody tries to take down a Confederate statue or a Confederate flag, supporters of the Confederacy, even in modern time, they show up to protest. We see what happened in Charlottesville. They show up to defend the Confederate flag. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah.
But anytime a hate group shows up in town square in some small town in the South or in Ohio, like what they're doing, and they got a Confederate flag on their uniform, you notice the Confederate supporters don't show up to protest. They don't show up and say you're disgracing our flag. They are nowhere to be found, even though we know they know how to protest. This is what I'm saying when I say that they're not saying anything because maybe they agree with it. Because we know they know how to protest. They show up when they see things they don't like. But these people are on different Capitol buildings all over the country preaching nothing but hate, and not one person that supports the Confederate flag shows up and says, quit disgracing our flag. Why is that?
It's a good question. That is a good question.
All right.
You know, but you look at it one way, I look at it a different way. I'll look at it like there's some people that are proud that they were members of the Confederacy, and that's okay. It's not okay to be hateful. It's not okay to be hateful, but it's okay to be who you are.
I don't know if that answers anything. I don't know if that answers anything I just asked you though.
There's no good answer for it.
Yeah, it is a good answer for it.
Until you pick apart the entire mess
I don't think it's that.
Why didn't you say something? I never have a good answer.
I don't think it's that. I think you're overcomplicating it. You showed up to protest when you saw something you didn't like. The people that are speaking hate with your Confederate flag on them, that ain't something you don't like. That's why you're not protesting it. It ain't something that's really pissing you off at all. What's pissing you off is them taking down your statues and saying you can't wave the flag. You're showing up to protest that stuff. But people who are using your flag as a symbol of hate, they're not pissing you off. It's pretty simple.
I understand you. I understand what you're saying, but let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Aside from the slavery part of it, what was bad about the Confederacy? Aside from slavery.
That's like Jeffrey Dahmer saying, aside from me eating people, what's really that bad? What?
I'm just asking if you know. I'm just asking if you know your facts on it.
I can't believe you just asked that. I mean, like I said, that's like literally asking Jeffrey Dahmer saying, aside from me eating people, what's so bad about me? You can't, there is no aside from that.
Because not all, what I'm getting at is not all Confederates were racist. They lived where they lived and they fought who they stood beside. Not all of them were slave owners.
Yeah, I believe that, and I can respond by saying not everybody that might wave the flag of the Third Reich were involved in harming Jewish people or any of that stuff. They were just defending, they were just honoring their country. I mean, do you let people walk around with the flag of Adolf? Look, that's pride and heritage. My grandfather fought in that war. I want to be able to honor my grandfather. He was a veteran of Germany. I want to fly the flag. Would you look at this? Would you look at that like that too?
No, because I don't look at shit like pre-crime. You remember that movie Pre-Crime with Tom Cruise?
You're talking about Minority Report.
Yeah.
Yeah, what about
it?
it?
Was pre-crime that? Yeah, Minority Report. Thank you for that. I don't look at it that way. I don't judge somebody for being who they are. I judge somebody on their actions, on their character.
So if your neighbor moved in, So if your neighbor moved in next door to you and they put a big, huge flag up, as a tribute to Adolf of the flag they flew in Germany, you would judge him on his character. You would not judge him on that flag. You would first get to know him and everything.
Yeah, I would 100% want to know who he is. He's next door to me, for one. For two, I'd put up a big-ass American flag. Probably taller than his and bigger.
And you would be okay with if he turned out to be a cool guy, you'd be okay being friends with him and everything.
Listen, if we're in America and we want freedom of speech, and we want all of these rights that we are afforded, and if we really go by the words of Tupac and everybody else, and only God can judge me, what the fuck are we doing bickering about this little shit? We voted for who we voted for. Let's talk about how we can hope that they're doing the right thing. That, oh my God, I can't believe they're finding all of this wasted money spent all over the place for absolutely bullshit stuff.
All the shit you guys are doing to the transgender community, you follow up with lyrics from Tupac.
Listen,
only God can judge me. You guys, you judging the hell out of the transgender community.
How are we judging? How?
You don't even want them doing advertising for beer.
I don't want you. I'm not going to shove anything down your mouth. I'm not going to shove my costume down your mouth.
America was founded on shoving shit down people's mouths. Literally, we all had shit shoved down our mouth. That's how we've been founded. What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is, gender, God bless them.
Yeah,
that's not a real thing. There's only two genders. All breathing, heart-beating animals, humans. Hermaphrodites, the only exception.
Okay.
I just had a big old debate last night with a bunch of my friends who are transgender. They because they saw me on your goddamn thing here. Now they wanted to sit down with me and talk to me about, hey, tell me about your real feelings.
Look, I don't want to go too deep into it, but anytime you can, bring them on the program. Because if they your friends and they transgender, I need to holler at them. I give you the last one. I do got to move it on, but I want to holler at your friends. You got transgender friends. I need to talk to them.
Point of the story when it comes to transgender is we should not have anything in policy, financially doing anything to change their life, to help them with their hormones, to do any of that shit. That's what fucking insurance and your own goddamn money is about. My kids aren't going to pay for it through their jobs. I'm not paying it through my jobs. I'm not paying for you to become a woman. I'm not paying for you to become a man because you were born one way. Suck it up and be who you are.
All right. I'm not totally against everything you're saying, but I need to talk to you. You got friends that are transgender. I need to holler at them. Julio, I got to move it on.
Run through my friends list. Run through my socials on Instagram and Facebook. You can hit them up. Yeah. They're all over the goddamn place.
I'd be curious to know if they're actually your friends. Something don't sound right about that. I gotta go.
Because they know who.
Oh shit, you were speaking again. Julio, apologize. I had to cut you off in the middle of that. Look in the comments. Oh, Tim, I only know that because I listen to these people burn so many calories trying to defend it. It's hilarious. People gonna defend what they passionately believe in. Forever C10. They gonna do that. I mean, look, how many folks burned a ton of calories trying to passionately defend Trump's claim that the election was stolen? and they wasted a lot of calories on that. How does he have a bunch of transgender friends? I do not know, Zach. I do not know, and I question it, which is why I told him bring him on the program anytime. Before I continue on the program, this guy is fact finding light. Mike, you talk about Julio. Looking in the comments, they never were paying. Well, I'll just say this. The problem with, okay, because he was talking about I don't want my tax money going to pay for transgender surgery and things like that. That's probably the sentiment of most Americans. I think that even most Democrats would probably agree with him on that. But I think the issue is in our society, we cannot let the citizens dictate who their tax money goes to or what causes it go to. Because as a minority, I know I would be left out on a lot of that shit. I don't want my money to go to fixing streets in neighborhoods that I don't live in. So the minority community would suck. This is why when people say we need to go back to the point where the church used to help people out and we didn't have social programs, let the churches decide. That shit sucks. If you let Americans decide who their money should go to or not, to me, it's kind of opening up the door for racism and discrimination. Because you can best be sure wealthy people are going to want their money going to things that benefit them. Everybody is. Poor people too. Whites going to want their money going to things that benefit whites. Blacks are going to want their money going to things that benefits blacks. Well, some communities don't have a lot of money. Others do. So you would be able to tell the difference in terms of the quality of schools, the quality of the roads, maybe how many officers are on duty, all of that shit. If you allow people to dictate where their money went to, certain areas, certain communities would be horrible. I mean, it would literally be like leaving the Taj Mahal and going to Haiti in some neighborhoods. It would be that bad. So I'm not a fan of allowing it to happen because it just opens up the door to discrimination and racism and all of that. Appreciate the hat and mustache there, Mike. Yeah! Thank you very much. Looking in the comments, trans is the new gay for hate. I don't totally disagree with that, Sherbert. I do not totally disagree with that because once Obama legalized same-sex marriage, the transgender are the ones that the bullseye was on their back. But it used to be on the backs of gay folks. Same thing. I don't want them coming in the locker room. I don't want gay people around my children. All the stuff they're saying about the transgender community now. They used to say most of that stuff about the gays, the gay community. But we're in a different time now. We're going to bring up a caller from Instagram. I think so. If I can see anything there, the screen is black. Can you hear me? Okay, I got a caller from Instagram, but I don't think he's at his device, so I'm going to have to move on because there's nothing there. By the way, tap the screen, folks. I'll continue on once I figure out what I'm doing here. Shout out to Big Mike Levon Robinson. There you go, Dennis. The same is too many. I don't quite. How do I get the call in through TikTok? If you go on TikTok, Rosie, the handsome liberal is the profile. You'll see us live there. And you go ahead and put in your request and we'll bring you right up. They need to worry about them crooked judges stopping Doge from finding. Well, here's the problem with that. Yeah, there are judges ruling against Doge, and that's going to happen because Elon is not being very transparent. And Trump is giving him essentially like, a wide berth to what he can do. And some of the stuff he's already presented, we know is not factual. So I can understand the judges pushing back if he can show the waste that he's talking about showing. Also, here's another one. When you fire folks in the federal government, there are rules in regards to terminating people. Like how much time you get. Like I think you got to give him a 30-day notice or something. There's some rules to it. And he's not following those rules. So they're doing things that are not constitutional, which is why the judges are pushing back. I know if you support Trump, you support Elon, you really don't want any interference in what they're doing at all. But you got to follow the law. And there are areas where he's not doing that. So that's why he's having pushback. Doge is unconstitutional anyway, says Mike. Yeah, that's what's happening. Sherbert, good evening.
Howdy, Sam.
Hey, I'm doing good. Good to have you on. So Doge, you're not a fan of Doge, I'm gonna take it.
Not really, because they're not doing it in a comprehensive way. They're just cutting with the sledgehammer versus scalpel.
Okay, but you are a fan of getting rid of waste in government, right?
Sure, there's corruption in every system. We should really sort that out, but not with the sledgehammer.
Yeah. Well, give me your example of how I do agree that it looks like a sledgehammer approach, but I want you to elaborate on that. What's making you say that?
Well, it's the freezing the funds on everything when that is the job of Congress, not the job of the president or Doge or fucking anybody.
Yeah.
The power of the purse goes to Congress. That's how our system works.
Well, do you think though, if it really came down to it, Congress wouldn't back Trump up? I mean, how many members of Congress you think are going to vote against Trump right now?
That's the terrifying part. They're not going to vote against it.
Yeah. So essentially, he's a king. He's basically a king in the making.
Yep. So, Tim, I wanted to say one thing first. I have a trans sister and a gay twin.
Damn.
So when all these people start talking some crazy shit, they're just people too. Like I said, with it's the new gay for hate. Why? People just want to hate. And now it's the new tagline to go against trans people when they're just people.
So you have you said a trans sister and a gay twin.
Yes.
And you straight.
Yes.
Wow, that's deep. Let me ask you a question. It's personal. You don't have to answer it, but how early did they come out?
The gay twin, 17, maybe, and then my sister only a couple of years ago, so she was closer to 30.
So all of you are biologically born males, though.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah, okay. So he's a transgender woman. So is he having or she? I understand. I'm not trying to get this wrong, but I'm picturing it in my head as causing this. Okay, so is your sister having any problems coming out as transgender?
I mean, not with my family, not with work, but
in society.
I mean, she lives in New York, so yes and no.
Favorable. Yeah, she lives in an area that's kind of favorable to the community.
New Yorkers are known for being assholes, so there's going to be some, but for the overall, they're good people. So
now you got a full beard. I'm assuming your twin don't have that beard. Okay, walking around looking like Michael McDonald of the Doobie Brothers. I'm assuming your sister don't have that. So
nah, I got the good beard out of the family.
Now, when you say your twin is gay, now you said he came out at what, 17?
Something like that. He's been married for 10 years.
Could you tell earlier? Because by the end, yeah. Could you tell before that though?
I mean, I should have been able to tell, but honestly, no.
Really?
He had a girlfriend in high school, and that hid it for a little bit. But there were signs. I just wasn't looking.
Okay, because
it's kind of like when a girl likes you, and then you're not picking up all those hints, and it's just like, oh yeah, just a cool girl.
Shit, I don't miss a lot of good ass doing that myself, but that happens. Sometimes you're shy. You don't realize it. I've actually had a couple girls tell me, I was trying to give you something, and you didn't make the move. I'm like, oh shit, why didn't you just say something, damn it? But okay, yeah, I'm telling you, some women will want you really, really bad, and if you don't move, they ain't gonna do nothing. Like, listen, this is women's liberation. You're free now. Come grab some shit.
I listened to DJ Julio talking some mad, crazy shit, and it's over, just him being ignorant.
What did DJ Julio say, in your opinion, that makes him ignorant? What did he say?
Oh, it's hard to say. He drives me so crazy, I'm just screaming at my phone. But he's just apologizing for all these hateful fuckheads and Elon doing the salute. And, oh, how do you know? How do you know? It's like, it's pretty clear what he did. It wasn't, and I know you just said, it was the media that made it into something. No, It was social media, because everyone, the moment that happened, I saw that pulled up on Facebook going, oh shit, look at this.
Yeah.
People are watching. We're not the 3 channels anymore.
That is
so
true.
When they talk all this stupid fucking shit about the media and MSNBC and CNN, people aren't watching them anyways. We're all in a collective looking at this shit and coming to our own conclusions.
Yeah. And that was why some folks felt that TikTok might not come back, and it does seem like TikTok has been fully restored. But they did believe that the powers that be in this country did not like the fact that we have the ability now to have our own media outlets and talk amongst each other, as opposed to being watching a few cable news outlets and things like that. So
especially now, they don't want us talking. They want to hide everything. They keep talking about transparency and, oh, look at all this transparency. So I'm just going to trust Elon Musk's website of Doge versus any evidence. It's the same thing as election fraud. Okay, if you say there's fraud, let me see. And they come up with the 2,000 Mules bullshit instead of actual evidence. Yeah. And the guy who did 2,000 Mules admitted after Trump got elected, oh yeah, that was all bullshit. I just wanted him to win.
I watched 2,000 Mules like 6 times. I can't even tell you how many shows we did on that. And I looked at 2,000 Mules and I'm like, this would never pass legal muster. And that's what happened is when they released it, the right wing in Washington came out immediately and said, this don't prove a damn thing at all. But Trump was out there telling people, you need to watch this. It's a great movie, and it'll show you what happened. But yeah.
Now that the guy who created it came out and said that it was bullshit, can we get any of these MAGA reacts, DJ Julio's, to admit that it was bullshit when the creator of it said it was bullshit? I
doubt it, because they still believe the 2020 election was stolen. They might just think.
Giuliani said he has the right to lie to us.
You said what?
So Giuliani said he had the right to lie about Ruby Freeman.
Yeah.
So when everyone said they were lying and they were found to be lying, and you can't even believe that, why would I ever believe you on how you feel about Doge or really anything?
That's a good point. And like I said, I'm with you that the 2020 election, if you got so many folks that were involved with it that have come out and publicly admitted they're lying, then how can you possibly believe there's any credibility? There's way too many players on the Trump side of the fence that admit they were making lies, whether it's the Dominion voting machines. You mentioned Ruby Freeman and Shane Moss with Giuliani, the fake electors. A lot of them have pled guilty in those cases. There's so much.
Biden's laptop.
Huh?
There was no Hunter Biden's laptop. There was no evidence. We heard them talk about that for literally 2 years. And we got dick pics and a couple of financials saying that he got paid too much to do a bullshit job. All right, well, he did. Trump's getting paid a lot for bullshit. Why are we going after Biden? Fucking Trump's daughter, Ivanka's husband, Jared Kushner. That's his name. Jared Kushner got
the $2 billion, the $2 billion investment from the Saudis.
We're gonna give Hunter some shit over a couple million. That doesn't make any sense. Live in reality, you idiots.
It's politics. That's how it works, Sherbert. That is how it works.
No. It's hatred for the other side. I have hatred for Trump because he's literally destroying systems and is going to kill people. He killed people by denying the vaccine.
So you believe? So you believe that Trump has deaths on his hands?
The same way Greg Abbott has it over the drowning pylons in the river.
Wow, that's some strong shit.
You do some shit that's going to shut down Meals on Wheels, you're going to have some old ladies dying. I don't care what anybody else says.
So what are you saying? Trump is cruel? I mean, you must see him as a cruel leader that makes statements like that.
Is that really a question?
I mean, the man claims he's saving us money.
I don't give a shit what he claims. He's the most lying president ever within his first term, and he's looking to beat that again. What are you talking about?
Well, a lot of people.
Piers Morgan had a great saying to that when he was questioned on, what is actual reality with Trump? And he said, well, he does have a problem with the truth.
And that's a really light way of putting that.
You have a problem with the truth, and yet I should trust every single thing he says with zero evidence. At least when Biden said some shit, he usually had some evidence with it.
Well, he did say he was not going to pardon his son, Hunter Biden.
I give no fucks about that. And the pardons for everyone else. The whole, weaponization of government, and then they come in and weaponize government. The whole thing against Hunter Biden was weaponized in the department that was supposed to be anti-weaponization.
Yeah, there's and that is a big complaint that Trump had, is that Biden was weaponizing the government. And you're right, there's no denying it. Now that Trump's back in power again, he's weaponizing the government. He's doing exactly what he accused Biden of doing.
It's projection. These same people that say they're against the gays. Well, you might be a little gay if you're denying it that much.
Yeah, well, I had somebody try to swear up and down to me that Trump is actually defending the rights of the LGBTQ.
I mean, he can say that, but his actions say a whole different thing.
Yeah.
His executive orders, I don't really care what people say. It does matter, but I don't really care what they say versus the actions.
So how you think, I'm assuming you don't have a high level of enthusiasm, but I mean, Trump's been in there for 5 weeks as of Monday. How do you think he's done so far? If you had to explain that.
He's a child inside a china shop in an antique store, just ripping over bookshelves.
Isn't that what we elected him to do, is to shake things up?
Yeah.
So
but there's a lot of people that had their shit on those bookshelves that were not expecting it to get ripped down.
Yeah, but a lot of them are people who voted for Trump.
Yeah, and they're lost all their fine china because of it.
Mm. So, but to some degree, it is indeed promises made, promises kept, right?
Yeah, that's why I've been not fighting, but sounding the alarm every time I could to somebody that would listen of, hey, don't vote for Trump. He's psychotic. And they go, oh, why? And you bring up 6 things, and they go, oh, he's just joking.
I cannot tell you how many times Trump has said or did something and people refer to it as a joke. I'm like, what is he, a comedian now?
He's not even a good liar. Why would I believe that he's joking?
I disagree with you. You said he's not a good liar. I mean, if he told the truth, he probably wouldn't be president.
Oh, you're probably right about that because the cult members fall for those lies pretty easily. So if you're primed up and ready for it, he can lie to you all day. But if you actually think critically, nothing he says makes sense, like how tariffs are paid by the other countries. Okay, well, we can do some very quick research. We can talk to some economists, and they'll all tell you're an idiot. But it doesn't matter if you're going to be in the cult.
Well, there's a whole lot of Americans that seem to agree with what he's doing so far, so we have to see. But I got to move it on, Sherbert. I didn't know. So you be the man to talk to with some of this stuff because in regards to, I just be curious to know because, like I said, the LGBTQ community. But in New York, I mean, I guess the treatment in New York is a little bit more favorable in some places.
It's overall more acceptable. There.
Yeah, it's acceptable in New York. I mean, if they were in Alabama somewhere, we might need to have a conversation.
No, I won't give you any super personal information, but I'll talk to you about it all day because when people are hateful over nothing, I got a problem.
Well said. Thanks for coming through, Sherbert. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. He's a narcissist. Everything he says is a lie. He has no connection to reality, says Mr. Walter White. I'm assuming you're talking about Trump. Everything Trump says is not a lie, is it? Come on, now he's not. Look, we've caught Trump in things that are not true. We've caught things Biden said that are not true. We caught things Obama said that are not true. But everything Trump says is a lie. You really think he's that dishonest? Orange man bad, says Bryce Rodriguez. Before Orange man bad, it was old man or dementia man bad. With Obama, it was black man bad. I mean, that's just the way it is. When Bush was in office, cowboy man bad. I mean, it is what it is. So now it's Trump. And in the comments, Mason Maldonado says Trump doesn't lie. TDS is no joke, says Jeffrey Miller. You know, it is what it is. I mean, look, I don't really know what the definition of TDS really is. I know it stands for Trump Derangement Syndrome, but I mean, if Trump is still criticizing Obama nearly 10 years after he was in office, is that OBS? Is that Obama Derangement Syndrome, ODS? My guess is MAGA would never accuse Trump of having derangement syndrome of any type, no matter how long he talked about someone. Further Great, appreciate the sub, thank you. Based on what I'm seeing, when you're diagnosing Trump derangement syndrome, you're doing it from a biased standpoint. Meaning that if Trump does exactly what denotes Trump derangement syndrome towards somebody else, he'll never be referred to as having derangement syndrome. then the whole diagnosis is flawed, in my opinion. Because whatever it takes to make a person have Trump derangement syndrome, you can have that syndrome to Obama, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, or Kamala Harris, or somebody else. But if you will never diagnose it, and you will only call it out when it's done to Trump, but you would never call out the same syndrome when it's done to a liberal, then your diagnosis in itself is flawed. Because Trump talked about Hillary Clinton for a long time. In fact, he continued attacking John McCain 2 years after the guy was dead. Is that McCain derangement syndrome? Let me know. Going back to the box. By the way, tap the screen. Get us up to about 50. I'm asking a little bit, but I think we got a few hundred of you folks in here on TikTok. We can certainly get up to 50,000 if you guys let your thumbs not be lazy. Show the program some love. Tap the screen. Get a good minute of tapping. You know how the program is ran. Calling people maggots is TDS. No reply. I guess I'd ask the question, what's the difference between calling somebody a maggot versus a libtard or a democrat? My observation, because I've been doing this for 3-4 years on social media, far longer when I used to call in and debate Fox News Radio, Fox News Talk. And my observation is you can see insults, at least from the right, a lot better when they're coming at you than when you're delivering them. Because the right can see insults that are wrong or biased that are aimed at Trump, but when he's throwing them back out there, they don't see that. You know, it's wrong to call Trump a racist, but they're calling all the Democrats a socialist. Okay, well, we think ours are right and your insults are wrong. I mean, I always say don't name call, don't insult if you don't like being insulted. But that's just me. Looking in the comments, he's still blaming everyone else, says JPT Farms. It works. The blame game works. Michael, good evening. Welcome to the program. Orange thing is demented. Damn. I would smoke you in a debate, says Mojo Bass in Bourbon, and I would invite you to do that anytime. TikTok, Instagram Live, come on through. Get your chance to smoke me in a debate. Mike, good evening.
What's going on, Tim?
Oh, man, I'm in the trenches as usual. We're talking about the one and only Elon Musk. Do you think he's doing right by America? You think he's doing a good job getting the budget under control, cutting wasteful spending?
No. First of all, Tim, it's unconstitutional. First of all, that's why we have all of these lawsuits, because the president has formed this Doge and has a committee that's supposed to be overseeing this, but all of that's supposed to go through Congress by law. He can't oversee the government if it's not legal. Right?
But Mike, would that really matter? Because you notice Congress ain't saying shit, at least on the right. So my guess is even if it does go to Congress, they're gonna vote in favor of it anyway.
Well, I don't know. I mean, again, maybe they would vote for it, but it does matter because it's still illegal.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it is illegal, but see, that's how low the bar has been set. We just completely ignored all of it.
Is he not, just based on what you're saying, with him ignoring Congress, ignoring laws? Because I know he also has stopped the production of the penny. Now, it is a financial loss to stop the production of a penny, but once again, as you're pointing out, Congress is supposed to do that, not the president via executive order. So with him doing so many things, like stopping birthright citizenship, which is another clear violation of the 14th Amendment, I'm going to ask you a simple question. Is it not true that Trump is perhaps the most powerful president in our lifetime?
He's definitely the most, power. I guess power does come with crime, so yeah.
Crime comes with power, huh?
No, crime comes with power. Tim, they're violating the Constitution. It's a crime. They're breaking the law in everyone's face, and yeah, they're trying to make him a king. And they believe it's the right thing to do. Yeah. Like DJ Julio's dumbass came up here and spewed all that stupid shit, man. I can't.
You guys are hard on DJ Julio. What did he say this time?
Listen, Tim. He's trying to excuse that sign behind you, right? But here's the thing. Don't ask me, what was the response to the white supremacists that saw that? What was it online?
Yeah, I had a white supremacist.
All the SMARTY organizations, there was a whole lot
when that happened, there was a lot more chatter online after he did that. So if you're asking me, they'll say, well, you're this or you're that. Well, why did they react to it then?
Yeah. You know, it's interesting you would say that.
Thought it was. Go ahead.
It's interesting you would say that because I had a white supremacist call in the show, or a former white supremacist, and he said the same thing. He was like, "This is clearly a Roman salute. It's clearly what people think it is." Yeah, he said the same thing about there's an increased amount of chatter in the community, and they saw what we think they saw.
Okay, so So for those in the chat that were about to attack me for saying that, you just confirmed what I said from someone that actually lived that life, right?
Yep. Yeah.
They'll still excuse it, Tim. They will still excuse it because it doesn't fit their own narrative. Because coming out of that cult is a major thing. You understand? Like coming out of that, this cognitive dissident is a serious thing. All jokes aside, it's serious. Even Gen X, who is an identified Proud Boy, right? I mean,
he's not. No, he's not. It's one of my other calls. Oh yeah, no. I think he is. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he said it before.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I wouldn't say that.
I was thinking about DJ Julio when you said that.
No. DJ Julio, well, he act like one. And by the way, he got up here and said 12% of black people in South Dakota, which is not true. It's 2.6%. Just so you know.
I told him that seemed high.
Yeah, well, hell yes. In South Dakota, Tim, they ain't had 13% of black folks go through South Dakota. Come on, Tim. But at the end of the day, it's terrible what's happening. People are losing their jobs. Have you read some of the ways that they've done that?
Yeah,
Now, my sister, I told you she was a civil rights attorney.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna send you I'm gonna send you the letter she received.
I know somebody that just got fired the other day, and they didn't even get a letter. They got kicked out so quick, they didn't even get a letter or anything. They just got fired.
It was an email sent to her personal.
Damn.
Her personal email address. Yeah. So my thing is this, Tim. This is another step of fascism that we're witnessing real time, and people better stop ignoring it. But I will say this, this might surprise people, because I've just been reading. I know that there are Republican House members that are quietly trying to go through back channels because their states are being impacted, right? They're trying to soft shoe.
So they don't want to speak out because some of these folks not only fear losing their careers, but family receiving death threats if they go against Trump.
Yes, and that's the kind of leader we want. That's the kind of president we want. And listen, on either side of the aisle, that would be unacceptable.
Right.
Period. Full stop. I don't care who it was. If this was a Democratic, I would have a significant problem with it, just like I do now. So it's not that at all. But we are facing the most challenging times in this country in half a century at least. At least half a century, Tim.
So why do you think some folks like yourself can see this, and some folks think we're doing better now than ever before?
Because this country did the same thing they did before. See, Sherbert said it earlier, and you said it earlier. Transgenders are the new fear-mongering, like it was when it was black and brown, right? First it was black, first it was the indigenous, then it was us, right? Asians went through theirs too. I mean, every race, women went through too, black women went through. I mean, and now it's transgender. And the simple mind of his followers, that's all it takes. That's all it takes to ignite this deep-seated racism and bigotry in them to go, that's all I need. I'm a one-issue voter, and that's the thing that they gave me.
So if you believe that some MAGA are one-issue voters where they've received the right boogeyman they hate, then it's safe to say it doesn't matter if he lowers the price of eggs or not. They've gotten what they want.
It wasn't about. When's the last time you had a MAGA come up here and talk about eggs, gas? Because when's the last time you
during the Biden administration?
Exactly, that's my point.
Yeah.
But if you talk to him for more than 3 or 4 minutes, how fast does transgender come up?
Yeah.
How fast is deportation and getting those people out of here come up? How fast?
A lot quicker than the eggs.
It is what it is. People need to stop acting like, and then when they hear people like myself speak, I'm race baiting. I'm literally looking at you, at your reflection in the mirror. It's not what I see about me. It's what I see about you. Because if it were about people not being here legally, they would be outraged about them bringing over South Africans here, if that's what it was about. They would be outraged about anybody coming here. There wouldn't have been just a Muslim ban during the pandemic. Yes, Trump was responsible for that. At the end of the day, it is what it is. People say, how come we just can't? Even I hear a lot of MAGA say, we got to find a way to come together. Only after they perceive themselves to win.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm definitely, because I talked about that in the beginning of the show. I don't see us unifying at all the way we're going right now. And I don't see Trump even running from a standpoint of unity. We could bring up Kamala and Biden, whatever they were doing, but Trump is not trying to unify the country at all. I don't see that.
At all. And it's so funny how that when they talk about Elon Musk and the job that he's doing, and what has he uncovered? What has he uncovered that we can really, look at confident? What have we really seen so far?
Well, most of it is claims. So we don't know, because in terms of actual evidence and proof, I don't think it's presenting anything. So it's mostly just claims.
But you know how crazy this is, Tim. I'm gonna ask you this question. So you're married. So say you and your wife are married, and she cheats on you. You forgive her. She cheats on you again. You forgive her. And then she says, "I'm gonna go to. You want some ice cream?" She says, "I'm gonna go to the store and get you some ice cream." And she leaves to go to the store, and she comes back 3 hours later. Are you going to be questioning it took her that long at the store, or based on her track record? Are you just going to just receive the ice cream, or are you going to question where she's been?
I get your point. I'm going to question.
Of course, but see, that's the thing that MAGA refuses to question anything in front of them. They're just going to say, "Well, look at Sesame Street. What about the $4 million contract that he got? Well, what about?" They never look at what's right in front of them. They will continue to ignore the track record. Instead, they'll just take the ice cream. Now, if you're trying to cheat, you'll just keep bringing that motherfucker ice cream with you.
That's a hell of an analogy. I will agree with you, though, that in regards to not questioning your own, because, Elon Musk with the $400 million Tesla truck contract, if the guy that's cutting waste himself is getting money from the same department, that is a huge conflict of interest. That's undeniable. And you're right. Trump supporters and MAGA are not questioning the fact that Elon Musk, you're also receiving money in this shit. I mean, it should be questioned.
And here's the thing, Tim, it's hard to have a conversation when they won't even just acknowledge that. Like that's, if you looked at your bank statement from your bank and you saw some transactions that you don't recall doing, wouldn't you call?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Or would you be okay if your bank said, "Hey, by the way, we're doing away with fraud detection. It's just not really a thing. We're doing away with fraud detection."
Oh shit, that would be a problem.
Well, every right, you would have a problem with that, right?
Yeah.
But they're okay with getting rid of every safeguard for the Americans' best interest. They're just okay with it.
Then before I'm moving on from you, listen to this, because in regards to you talking about getting rid of every safeguard, Time on my side says, by your own analogy, why are you a Democrat, as they have been lying for the last over 59 years or something like that? So he's saying that if you want an honest party, you should never be a Democrat because they lie all the damn time.
Yeah, well, again, that's his position. But what I can do is say this, Tim. I don't believe either party is always honest, right?
Same.
I don't believe that at all. But what I do believe is we are being lied to directly in our face. And listen, like I told you the other day, the election is over. We're not campaigning anymore. We're living in the results of the election.
True.
And most of the stuff that he's doing, he did not campaign on. Most of the stuff that's happening right now, that party did not.
It's Elon. Elon. What Elon Musk is doing, they didn't care. Well, also Trump with Panama and Greenland and all this shit. You're right. There's a lot going on that he did not campaign on.
You're damn right. Now, but it is in their Project 2025 for the most part. Right?
Yeah.
So they can't even look at it right now and go, now, but let me not say, here's the one thing I want to tell you. I have heard over the last couple of weeks, I didn't tell you this the other night, I forgot. Over the last couple of weeks, I have heard some Trump supporters really questioning their vote. Actually, I heard a guy this morning on TikTok, he was belligerent.
Yeah, I'm getting them too, because with the amount of people that are getting fired, there's a guarantee that those are not all liberals. I mean, you're firing people out at the department, you know, the Veterans Administration and EPA and you're USAID, all of them ain't liberals. So yeah, there's gonna be some folks that are not happy because you're firing too many fucking people.
Now, I'm gonna tell you this: if there's a chance for this country to ever come together, it's gonna come from Republicans. It's gonna have to come from Congress and senators that go, yeah, this shit is out of control, and they're gonna have to step off of that. They're gonna have to, because that's the only. And then because when constituents, but you're not seeing this on the news, but you can go find it online. NPR has some articles, BBC has some articles, AP has some articles where constituents are second guessing their vote because they didn't vote for this. They didn't vote for this.
Yeah.
Nobody on the left wants. No, you know, have you ever talked to somebody from the left that says, yeah, let everybody in, open borders for everybody, right?
Yes, I have. Yes.
Now listen, if they're saying Trump,
You draft
if they're saying
Mike. Apparently he got a call coming in or something. I'm gonna go ahead and move it on. Apparently he got a call coming in. And I see the comments. Dinkel said Steve Bannon said they're going too far. Steve Bannon is no fan of Elon Musk, so that may be where that's coming from. Is that because Steve Bannon and Elon Musk? Remember they had the whole thing where Elon Musk told Steve Bannon to fuck himself in the face. So it wouldn't surprise me if Steve Bannon is trolling because he don't like Elon Musk. Make me king. Appreciate that. Thank you for your support. Real quick in the comments, Kamala Harris said that too. Kamala Harris said what? They're going too far? Trump train that is about to go off the rails. We'll see. We will see. Right now, there's still, I mean, if he wasn't firing everybody, I think there would still be a huge contingent of Americans that are happy that Trump won. And it still is. His poll numbers last I checked were pretty high. I did a video last week. His poll numbers were at 53% according to a CBS poll, and CBS is hardly right-wing. The CBS Broadcasting Network said his poll numbers were at 53%, and that's higher than they were at any point during his first term. Additionally, 30% of Democrats were favorable to the actions of Doge at the time. 30% of Democrats were favorable of the actions of Doge. Now, as he's gotten in, as the amount of firings increase, I'm assuming that number is going to drop. Because here's my point. I'm fine with getting rid of government waste, bureaucracy, and things like that, but at some point you do start to question, can our government successfully function with you getting rid of this many people all at once? And I don't believe so. And that's where I think you're going to start having people that may have voted for Trump like, no, this is not good. Because there are obviously Trump supporters within those organizations that know how they work. Obviously, there are plenty of federal agents, plenty of folks working at the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, that are MAGA, that support Trump. And it's like, you can't get rid of all these people or, I was looking up the amount of training it takes to make an FBI agent. All of the background checks, they got to run you through. Like, I know when I moved overseas, how much shit they did to me. County, but if they start with the city, they run a background check with the city, county, state, federal government, then they run it through Interpol. They did that to me. If you're a federal agent, they running all that shit. Then, of course, you got to be trained, schooling and all that comes along with that. You got to go to Quantico and all of that. So you fire a federal agent, you're costing the government money. I don't know if you're saving the government money because the next guy, if you need more federal agents, you got to start from scratch and retrain all these people again. So my guess is there are MAGA among the FBI that are like, this is not good getting rid of all these agents. So we'll see how that works. Dennis Calhoun says, DJT says, hands off New York City Mayor Adams. And that's true. That is a bad bad look, in my opinion. We talk about Biden and a weaponized Department of Justice, a weaponized DOJ. But it does appear, at least from my analysis, you can correct me if you will, but it does appear as if Trump is willing to use the Justice Department to go after enemies and assist friends. All Mayor Adams had to do was go down to Mar-a-Lago and promise to stop the sanctuary city activities in New York and help Trump out with immigration. And suddenly he's getting, these pseudo pardons and all of this shit. Trump is rewarding him for working with him. That's using the justice system in a weaponized way. If you look out for me, I'll use the justice system to look out for you. I mean, you got like 7 or 8 prosecutors in New York that have resigned. Like, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. We had a legitimate case against this guy, and because he's helping out with immigration, you dropping the case. They've lost a lot of prosecutors in New York behind that. Like, this is bullshit. We're not going to do this. So we'll see. But to me, what he's doing is showing that after all of the criticism he gave Biden for weaponizing the DOJ, he is clearly capable of doing that himself. Clearly indicating that if you are an enemy, we're after you. I don't know how we could function with that, but I do know MAGA is kind of favorable to that. MAGA don't have a problem with going after perceived enemies of Trump or the Republican Party. Successful MD, love that. Love the name. Says the goal of the president and Elon is to eliminate government powers that could stop their dictatorship motives and future detriment to American citizens. That is scary. You're saying that the goal of Trump and Elon is to eliminate the powers in government that could put up any resistance to them essentially trying to become co-dictators or something of that nature. You're not the only one that believes that. I get viewers all the time that do believe that. Here's the problem, though. If that is the case and people let things go the way they're going, you're not going to know that that's the case until it's right up on you. I mean, it's like literally watching your enemy outside of your house, stacking up weapons. All their friends are showing up armed. I mean, they're putting up barricades so you can't run out of your house. Like, how long are you going to let them do that outside your shit before you realize when they come in, it's over with? That's what it sounds like, is that when folks are literally watching them stack all this stuff up, and at the point of action, there's not going to be much you can do. We'll see. Hopefully that's wrong. Hopefully it is, but I'm not going to deny there are some legitimate pieces of evidence there that says that there could be some of that. Looking in the comments, though, real quick, and thank you guys that are tapping the screen. I tried to get 50,000. Can't get 50,000 likes. Wow. Should be 60 by now. You guys tap the screen, show the program some love. That's what MAGA is doing, says Mike. Well, let me ask this. If you believe Trump is trying to be a dictator, obviously a dictator does not need the Supreme Court, does not need the approval of Congress and the Senate and all of that. Why wouldn't they stop it? I mean, because if he becomes a dictator, some of the Republicans in power are going to get fired too. You don't need him anymore. If he actually was to successfully become a dictator, nothing is going to go to the Supreme Court anymore. His word goes. Why wouldn't some of these right-wing entities try to stop him? So it is a question to be asked. I was talking to the guy who said I couldn't spell, and okay, you guys are talking amongst each other, like a Russian hoax. David Knox. Well, in regards to Russia, alleged Russian collusion delusion, as people used to call it, Robert Mueller is the one that looked into that. And he stated he did not have enough evidence to convict or exonerate Trump. So I'm not here to say Trump is guilty of it, but I'm also not convinced it was a hoax because the investigator said so. If he said that if there was enough to convict him, he would do that. If there was enough to exonerate him, he would do that. And he could not do neither. So it's as if maybe Trump had some involvement, but he was smart enough or somebody was savvy enough not to leave enough trails behind. Just like you guys may feel the whole January 6th investigation was held in a fraudulent manner. But because they destroyed a lot of the records, well, Trump pardoned them all too. I mean, Biden pardoned them all too, but they may have destroyed the records, so you can't prove your case. Not enough to exonerate, not enough to convict. That's what Mueller said about Trump. So I don't buy into the notion that it's a hoax. Looking at the comments, I thought he said not a sitting president. I don't know what you mean by that. He said they couldn't change it. I don't get what you're trying to get at with that. Trump and Elon remind me of my brother and cousins, and you didn't play with their money. Like I said, until I see some evidence from what Elon is saving us, I'm still out on that. I hope what he's doing is good. Mustard Walter, good evening. Welcome to the program, Walter. Good to have you back on. Hey, I'm having trouble with my subscription, says BJ. How so? Let me know what's going on. I'll see what I can do. Walter, good evening.
Hey, good evening, Tim.
Hey.
I finally was able to resubscribe. I don't know, TikTok was kind of weird.
Yeah, as of today, TikTok, when I tried to log back in, TikTok gave me a message saying we're back up. Everything's up. They're now back on the apps and things like that. So whatever threat of being taken down, they officially have gotten past it. So it's back to complete normal now.
Yeah. So I got you. So a couple things I wanted to talk about. One, I don't remember, and I'm sorry, I don't know the exact quote, but I believe it was a Republican senator who said, "Yeah, the revolution will be bloodless if the Democrats allow it." Do you know this quote? Do you know what I'm talking
I have heard it. I don't know who said it, but it's essentially saying we about to do some shit, and if you don't get in the way, you won't get hurt.
Shit's about to happen. That's what I'm saying. Alito was also caught on Mike at that dinner. I think somebody was sort of, undercover, whatever, basically saying one side's going to win, and if the other one doesn't, then it's, shit's going to hit the fan, basically.
So what do you think they actually are trying to do?
I think they're trying to make the American Christian Taliban. I honestly think that if you look at Project 2025, I've said this before to you, that is the goal, and they've started it. And Trump is just a passive person. This is honestly Musk and Peter Thiel who are running the show. And they give Trump something to sign. He signs it. He talks big and he likes the accolades. Hey, what are ratings? How's the market? He's a fucking game show host. And these other people, these billionaires, are running the fucking show.
Wow. So you believe they're trying to become Christian nationalism, and I said that before that when you look at far right countries, there are three tenets, and one of them is they are very religious. They marginalize women. That's another thing. Far right societies are not very favorable to women, and they're not very favorable to the minority population, whatever that may be. Minority religion, minority skin color, whatever. But far right societies are like that, and you see them trying to implement some sort of like a Taliban society in America where I guess the women would be marginalized. They could only do whatever, religion would be the king of the day. You see that oncoming.
Yes, I do see it. I hope it's not, but this is my fear. And these are my points talking about it. One, have you seen the SAVE Act they're proposing? Have you seen this? SAVE Act.
I haven't seen that.
Okay, it's a voting act that is saying that you cannot be registered to vote if your ID does not show the same name that is on your birth certificate, which would affect every married woman who has changed their name.
Wow.
Or any other person who has changed their name, which would affect literally millions of people. That's a thing. That's a thing.
You cannot register to vote if your name is not what was on your birth certificate.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying this will happen, but I'm saying it's a thing that's out there. It's a thing that we should be worried about. If you look at what is coming, let me ask you this: are you able to pull up a YouTube video?
Yeah, what you got? I'm reading what you said, by the way. I see it says the leader of the conservative think tank that has a plans for massive overhaul of the federal government. This is the person that said. Heritage Foundation President Kevin Roberts made the comment on Tuesday in Steve Bannon's War Room, adding that the Republicans are in the process of taking the country back. He's the one that said that the second American Revolution that will be bloodless if the left allows it to be. So that's the guy who said that. Mm.
Thank you. All right, look, if you don't mind, pull up on YouTube Trump History X.
Oh my! Like the movie American History X.
The movie, yeah.
Jesus, I'm scared of what I'm gonna see. Trump History X is what you said, right? What the hell is my computer's acting weird here? Hold on. Okay, there we go. Trump History X. What am I going to be looking at?
That's the name of the video. It should be a video.
It's got a picture of with Ed Norton with it.
Yeah, it should be Ed Norton.
All right, give me a second here.
The state spent $3 billion last year on services for those people who had no right to be here in the first place.
We've spent last year $113 billion on illegal immigrants. We have to do something about it.
Our border policy is a joke. So is anybody surprised that south of the border they're laughing at us?
When do we beat Mexico at the border? They're laughing at us, at our stupidity.
Laughing at our laws? Every night, thousands of these like stream across the border like some fucking pinata exploded.
They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists.
We're losing our right to pursue our destiny.
We're losing so much. We're losing so much to so many.
Archie Miller ran that grocery store since we were kids here. Now some fucking Korean owns it who fired these guys and is making a killing because he hired 40 fucking border jumpers.
Most illegal immigrants are lower skilled workers with less education, and they're hurting a lot of our people that cannot get jobs under any circumstances.
I see this shit going on and I don't see anybody doing anything about it.
The violence, riots, and destruction that have taken place in Milwaukee is an assault on the right of all citizens to live in security.
These people have absolutely no respect for the law at all, and certainly no concept of like community or civic responsibility.
We're getting more and more divided with race riots on our streets on a monthly.
All right, I'll stop it. But obviously, there's a whole lot of similarities. What do you think he's sitting around listening to Ed Norton?
No, man. It's a long thing, but anyway, my point is.
But hold on, before you speak. In the comments on YouTube, I think it says Lacrio says, where's the lie? In other words, everything you were saying was true.
This is the problem with this country. These people fucking believe it. They're so fucking stupid. This is the problem, man, in my opinion. Smart people used to run things, and they no longer do. Trump was able to tap into this large population of dumb fucks who now feel like they have a voice and they're engaged, but they don't know a goddamn thing. You know, they're illiterate, they have no education, and they're the people who are, you know, talking like they know something.
You think they're really? You really think most Trump supporters? That's the description of them? You think they're really that dumb?
I don't know about you know, most, but I would say at least 30%. The other ones are just like, you know, my bank account's gonna do better, gas is gonna do better, whatever. You know, they don't really engage.
You know, they say the same damn thing about the liberals that you're talking about them.
I'm sure they do, but they're wrong, and I'm not fucking right. I mean, you know, I could go on. I mean, you know, my point is that all the things that they keep talking about. Oh, let's go back to Elon, right? They keep saying, well, you know, why are you fighting people who are trying to find fraud and corruption? We're not. They fired every inspector general, and that was literally their job. And they did it, you know, every year after year. They found billions of dollars in fraud, but they just want to be able to, you know, pull the wool over everybody's eyes and say, oh, look at this, they're sending condoms. And, you know, none of that shit is actually playing out. If you look at what they're finding, and you look at the previous inspector generals, what they found and what they stopped, it doesn't match dollar for dollar. That was their job, and they did it, and it was nonpartisan.
But do you see any good in what Elon Musk is doing?
No. He is. Come on, man. All these these agencies that he fired these people from were investigating him. All right, let me ask you this. Just, you know.
That is true. Like 9 of his companies were being investigated. But go ahead.
All right. So if you were on the up and up, why would you rescind the law that said you can't bribe foreign nations?
They rescind. I have not heard that. What else was that part of? They got rid of a law that says you. They got rid of the law that says you cannot bribe foreign nations. Did they give an explanation for that?
No explanation. No explanation. There was literally a law passed, and it's been a long time. I mean, it's been in place for, I think, at least 10, 12 years, that if you're a company, you're no longer able to bribe foreign nations to bring your company, you know, into their markets or whatever.
Yeah.
And they rescinded that.
Yeah, I do see it. It says Trump pauses law banning bribes to foreign officials. Yeah.
Why would they do that? Why would they do that if it didn't benefit all their billionaire fucking friends?
I mean,
why would they do that?
Yeah, I mean, there's no denying that that's something worthy of questioning, because if you're going to pause that law, it's pretty clear you intended on somebody being bribed. I mean, that's the only reason you would do it.
Yes, and it was quiet, and they didn't really, you know, it wasn't really loud, and nobody really reported on it much. And it's just like, this is another, you know, let's say we have a scales, right? Scales of justice.
Mm-hmm.
You keep putting a card on one side and the other. What is it leading to? It's leading to fucking fascism.
I would like, you know, for me personally, you know, when you see the Steve Ducey's up there really hammering Janine St. Pierre of the Biden administration, somebody needs to ask him that. Like, why would you get rid of this? I mean, that's a legitimate. Why would you get rid of it? Huh?
Kicking them out of the press room.
Yeah,
Have you seen?
Yeah, the AP
they've lost all these seats. I think the DOD yesterday announced that basically every left and middle wing media has lost their offices. Did you see this one?
I haven't heard that, but I know the AP has already been banned because they called it the Gulf of Mexico, and he didn't like that.
Yeah, no, this is a different deal. They I think it was like basically every left wing and middle, like AP and Reuters, they lost offices in the DOD. Is that not a scary thing to think about?
Yeah, I don't know. So you think that they may be? I guess if you want to talk about fascism from a possibility, they would attack the First Amendment. Do you see them trying to potentially go after freedom of speech, media, press, assembly?
I mean, I've mentioned this to you maybe once or twice, but you know, from day to day, I go from, well, let's see how he does, to this is the fucking, you know, mustache guy. You know, 3 days is what it took for him to take control of the government in 1939 or whatever it was. 53 days. So we just keep letting these things go. We'll see. This guy in New York, the prosecutor, the mayor, he offered Rikers Island as a, place to hold these people. I mean, this is what is.
I'm actually getting more depressed doing this shit from what you guys tell me sometimes. I mean, I pay attention to what's going on, but I talk to MAGA, I talk to liberals, but the consensus of the stuff I'm hearing more and more, it is starting to become a darker and darker picture. Hopefully, a lot of you guys are wrong, but.
Look, I'm going to end this conversation with this thing. I saw this one TikTok follower or TikTok creator that I follow who said, he was an older person. He had 2 uncles from Poland, I believe, who went through World War II. And he said, I have one uncle who was a optimist, and I had one uncle who was a pessimist. And the optimist entire family was killed.
Damn.
So, look out for yourself.
I get where you're going. You're going up and down in audio, but I got to move it on your audio's going up and down. But Mr. Walter, thanks for coming through. I can barely sit it with the man with the depressing picture he painted. In the comments, Tire Swing, and he's not the only one to paint that picture. I think Mike has said that and many others. It's getting scary out there if what they're saying is true. Tire Swing says the problem, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the generosity there, Tire Swing. The problem with the internet is that it gives idiots a platform equal to intellectuals. It gives a voice to people we normally just tell to shut the fuck up, like a racist uncle or a grandpa at a holiday dinner. That is true. We've always had freedom of speech, but the internet is like giving a bullhorn, or giving as he points out rightfully, a larger platform for hate to spew. Now, you've had platforms that try to suppress it, like TikTok has a lot of censorship, but we don't like censorship either. And if you're going to have a society that believes in freedom of speech, unfortunately, hate speech has to be allowed to get through. Mr. Walter, yeah! Good talk. Thank you for the hat, mustache, and the support. So while I realize the harm of hate speech, I'm a big fan of free speech. And I guess if I had to, I would say you gotta allow it, because if you start banning hate speech, people are going to change the definition of what is hate speech to fit certain narratives. Like Trump has stated that Black Lives Matter is a terrorist outfit. You could suggest that what Colin Kaepernick did, taking a knee, was some kind of hate towards his country. So all of a sudden, that's hate speech. So, because that's what people were saying. When he took a knee during the anthem, that he hates America. So, for me, I'm going to go with free speech, because I know it will get warped if we start banning hate speech. People are going to just change what the meaning of hate is. Like, for instance, you'll have Black Lives Matter viewed as a terrorist outfit, and what Elon Musk is doing above me will just simply mean I love all you guys. So this will be allowed, but BLM will be suppressed. So I just say free speech it is. Successful MD claiming to be intellectual while name calling. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the name calling. I've talked about it throughout the Trump presidency. Obviously, Biden did a little bit of it with calling MAGA garbage. Hillary Clinton did a little bit of it by talking about deplorables. Obama did a little bit of it by talking about they clinging to their Bibles and guns. But nobody did as much of it as Trump. Because Trump, I believe, took pleasure in name calling. Some of the other folks were name calling because they did believe in what they were saying. It was insulting if you ask MAGA, if you ask the Republicans what these folks are doing. But the folks who were name calling was doing it because they actually believed it. I believe Trump believes some of the name calling he does, but I think some of it is just to rile people up. I think he takes pleasure. Like, for instance, the stuff he tweeted out, or I guess you would say Truth Social now because he has his own network. The Happy Thanksgiving and Merry Christmas messages that Trump tweeted out. You're president now. You don't need to do that. And he sent out some of the most vile shit on both Thanksgiving Day and Christmas. I think he just takes pleasure in it. So it's a little different. I'm not saying other folks haven't done it to him, but he's done it. I don't know anybody in my lifetime that has called people names more than President Trump. He's by far like out in a different universe with it because he likes it. I mean, everything from Little Marco to Crazy Bernie to Nervous Nancy, Lying Ted Cruz, Crooked Hillary Clinton, Sleepy Joe Biden, you name it. I mean, I forgot what he was calling Chris Christie. I think it was sloppy or something. I mean, like, I don't know anybody that's done as much as that. He enjoys insulting people. So you're going to get more of it from Trump than anybody else. Retweet of Joe Hogtie. Yeah, that should have been, that goes beyond free speech. To me, tweeting out a picture of the president hog-tied in the trunk of a car is borderline being like a threat to him. To get that from an actual presidential contender is insane. I still cannot understand how they showed up at the inauguration, because I can tell you one thing. If they had did all that to Trump, he would not have showed up at their inauguration. it makes the Democratic Party look weak. That's one reason why people like Trump, is because he stays strong. He don't apologize. He don't back down. People like that shit. I don't understand why Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are out there. I mean, Joe Biden is up there shaking his hand, welcoming him to. I'm having a Biden moment myself. Shaking his hand, welcoming him to the White House. Got his wife there, and they're all friendly with the Trumps. At his inauguration, sitting there while Trump gets on stage and just tears, literally is roasting the shit out of Biden and Kamala Harris right there in their faces. Then President Trump goes in the White House and removes all of the briefings and security briefings that go to Biden. Like, why would you? This guy hates your ass. This guy hates you. Why are you there? Why are you even here? I mean, and MAGA hates you too, so it's not like if you don't show up, they're going to develop a lower opinion of you. They think you're a piece of shit anyway. Why are you here? I don't know why they did it. I just don't. I don't know. And my guess is Trump is probably laughing at them too. Like, I don't know why they would even show up to this shit. Anyhow, looking in the comments, here comes the TDS, says Robert Kennedy. No reply. Kaepernick did not take a knee for black people. He did it because he was benched because of a wrist injury and didn't get his job back after it healed. Gabbard took Kaepernick's job just like he took Smith's. Now, Colin Kaepernick took a knee for the anthem as well. I mean, he was even on the field with socks on that portrayed the police officers as pigs. He had a major issue with the police. Maybe it started by way of what you're talking about, no reply, but he definitely ultimately was doing it for the police as well. They did it because when we go high or when we go low, they go high. Michelle Obama said that shit. When they go low, we go high. It resonated for a while, but at some point, I mean, look, if you're in a boxing ring and your opponent is kicking you in the nuts and biting and doing all kinds of shit that's not in line with the rules, and the referee ain't saying shit, unless you start fighting dirty, you're gonna lose this fight. It's as simple as that. If the referee, and when I say the referee, I mean Congress and the Senate and the Supreme Court. If the referees are allowing them to do this stuff and they're not stopping them, you can't keep fighting by the rules or you're going to lose. And that is what has happened, is that Trump is constantly showing that he is willing to push the envelope. And meanwhile, the liberals are like, well, we're going to keep going high. You know, you're losing. You're losing. Which is why to this day, we don't know who would make a good leader of the Democratic Party, because they're all trying to still do it the traditional way, and you're dealing with an untraditional opponent. Now, if you're going up against J.D. Vance or something like that, you could go back to tradition. J.D. Vance would likely run a more traditional campaign. So would Mike Pence. He would have done the same thing. You're not getting that out of Trump. So unless you figure out some new way to run against Trump, whoever he puts in next, if he doesn't run again himself, hopefully not, but if he puts in somebody else and he's still campaigning for them and he's doing all this untraditional shit, they're going to lose again. The Democrats are going to keep losing. Anyhow, looking in the comments, I don't know what I just hit there, but we'll continue on with the program. Worldwide, they are down. I don't know what you mean by that, Sean Herbert. But real quick, I'll go back to the comments. The internet gives a platform. I saw that. All right, going back to the box. Continuing on with, I think this says, for the great, good evening, welcome to the program. Who did I hit? Houston Real Estate. All right, new caller, good evening, welcome to the program, if the box brings them up. Surprised the box sometimes can play games here. It's hesitant. Trump Corleone. Yeah, he's untouchable. I'm going to give Trump credit. I do believe he is indeed untouchable. We'll see. But my guess is there's not a lot of members of Congress or the Senate that's willing to challenge him. Even if behind the scenes they may be admitting, damn, we would really be against this if a liberal did it. But I don't want to put my career or even possibly my safety at risk. You know, let him do it. Further Grace says, if he doesn't, I'm ready. All right. Appreciate it. Looking in the comments, we're trying to bring up a guest. Claiming to be, I saw that already. Successful MD. Thank you, MD. Thank you for the support. We'll get a box a moment to reset, and we'll go ahead and look in the comments while that is happening. No one had experience a politician like Trump. That is true, Travelman. Kind of reminds me of the villain in Batman. Where did they get a load of me? The Joker said, it's kind of like that. You know, he's doing things that you didn't expect to happen. And you're trying to use the traditional methods as a politician to go up against an adversary that's using everything that is non-traditional. You know, you don't want to stoop to name calling, yet the name calling is helping them a lot. I mean, this stuff is actually working. So, like I said, unless you start biting and kicking and scratching in the ring, you're going to lose. All right, we'll continue on and try it again. My last caller didn't come through. We always give our subscribers first digs. For the great, good evening.
What's up?
Not much at all.
How you doing?
How you like what you're seeing so far? Week 5 on Monday.
I told you, Tim, before this shit started, you was like, let's give him a chance. I told you, man.
Give peace a chance. Give peace a chance.
Yeah, I with my past behaviors, and so far I was pretty accurate.
Have you seen anything you like at all?
One thing I've been trying to keep quiet about, just because I don't want to put it out there. One thing I can kind of see coming from this, if people give a shit about our country, is he may be the tool to get us to rewrite this Constitution that's so fucking old.
Do you want him to be at the helm when it's rewritten?
Well, like I said, he may be the tool. It could go either fucking way. And if it goes the way that he's rewriting it, hell no, I don't want no parts of that.
What about our Constitution would you like to have changed?
Well, you know, they shouldn't be fucking us as black free people. You know, we should be getting the rights that we should be having. You know, even though it's on paper every 25 years, our rights seem to be up for a vote or some fucking shit.
Now my MAGA viewers, and hell, a lot of white people are going to push back and ask, what freedoms or rights do black people not have in 2025?
Well, you know, and I could be wrong, but I believe that, you know, every 25 years we have to vote or reevaluate, you know, our right to vote. And, you know, that just seems crazy to me.
I have not heard that. Is that true? I have not heard. Has anybody else in the comments heard that?
I could be wrong about what it is, but I know it's something that happens every 25 years pertaining to our rights and somewhere, you know, it may not be blanket black people rights, but it's something to that effect. But, you know, this 2A, you know, some of these things that are so untouchable, you know what I mean, that people don't want to touch. Like I said, I heard Mike earlier, I am that guy that don't give a shit about the border. Remember he asked you?
You are the one that you believe in open borders, let anybody in that want to come in.
Yeah, why not? I mean, you know, if you know, like I said, to me,
why would you say that? I mean, you want people to come in the country, you don't know who the hell they are, where they're from, if they got a criminal history or not. You don't care about none of that.
Well, what's that say about this country that my forefathers, my ancestors have been in? I know the enemy I know. And I know what the fuck they're capable of. I see it every day. The people that they're scared of, they just fucking work.
I don't know. And I do see what Mike, I see you pointed out, and I'm actually looking at it. You're right. Every 25 years, they have to re-vote to decide if black people can continue voting. Looks like it was last done in 2008. In the Senate voted 98-0 to approve 25-year extension of the Voting Rights Act. That is frightening that they actually vote on this. So 25 years from 2008, what is that, 2031?
Yeah, but, you know, we're victims, you know. Just shut up and dribble, shoot your basketball, you know. But we just talking shit.
That is something that, when we talk about history and what's not taught in schools, that's something they should be. That's something that should be taught, is that your voting rights, at least from an African American standpoint, are not etched in stone. They have to keep extending them. So in other words, if one of them extensions don't go through, you don't have the right to vote.
And it begs a different, why we're not being taught these things.
I didn't know it. Yeah, because I didn't know this. I did not know. That's why I like to have an open forum. I just learned that. I did not know that.
Yeah, so I mean, it's things like that. I mean, you know, I've been trying to get on here probably since Wednesday, when you first brought up the Elon thing, and to me, man, we get so bogged down in the weeds. You know, say for example, Tim, me and you were bidding on the same property, right?
Okay.
But I have access to your financials, and you don't have them to mine.
You know what I can afford to pay at max.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I come in at $10,000 over.
Yeah.
You can't fucking compete.
So
with
you
that.
saying that you're pointing out the
you can.
Yeah, you're pointing out the advantages that Elon Musk may get by having access to all of our information.
Exactly. Foes, you know, if you're sitting across from him and it's a business acquisition, besides the money he has, now he has the information that he wouldn't have.
Yeah. My question is, I think I asked a caller this earlier. Considering that Elon Musk was not voted in by the American public and he was not approved by the Congress or Senate, how did he get to this level? I mean, you know, it's like finding out somebody is like the CEO of the company and he never even had an interview. Like, how did he get to this level where, I mean, literally, basically Trump said, this is a good dude, let's put him in there. Nobody voted on it. Nobody in the House and Senate. Has he even had an FBI background check?
No. And he hasn't divested. That's why, you know, they just kiboshed the little $300 million, you know, whatever deal he had for the cars, you know, being sold to the government, the Cybertrucks or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, so that's what makes him dangerous as well. I also told you that it's going to be interesting how they deal with him because this man has business interests with other governments.
Yeah, so he's international issues. Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking. And I see in the comments, Shushu says money talks. Yeah, I mean, it's just, people just gave him all this trust simply because he's extremely wealthy. Like, okay, well, you got a bunch of money, we trust you. And it's like, I mean, is there any way this could go wrong?
But hey, I told you a minute ago as well, expect a businessman to be a businessman. Expect a fucking snake to be a snake. So anytime you got a businessman at the fucking helm of your country or your corporation, it's always for sale.
It's crazy though, because I was told when Trump came on the scene, he didn't take a salary, he's a billionaire, he has plenty of money, he cannot be bought. You sound like you're saying the opposite.
Tim, every sense of what they elected him because of what he was is you're for sale. A businessman is for sale. In every sense of the word, you know what I mean? Whether he's acquiring something, he can be acquired.
Yeah. And I see in the comments, Cody said, no, why does he need our money? He's a billionaire. And that's, I mean, how do you respond to that? Because that is something people keep saying. Look, he's got infinite money, so he would never be trying to grift us because he already has a ton of money of his own. Al, my response would be simple. I mean, how many billionaires are still out here? Like Elon Musk is the second wealthiest person in the country. He's still running Amazon. He's still running all sorts of businesses. If he don't need money, then why is he doing it? So when folks suggest that these people got a bunch of money, so why would they need more money? I'm going to give you as an example all the folks that already are multi-billionaires, and they're clearly still wanting money. So these are the kind of people that never get enough money.
Not only that, you know, the perfect analogy is, does a fat kid ever get too much cake?
That's a good point as well, yeah.
You know, so, I mean, these are the times we in, and, you know, and to fuck around and find out that, like I said, they voted for the cruelty, man. You know, me, I say open the borders because I understand the capitalism of it all.
But wouldn't that be dangerous, though? Could that not be dangerous?
It could also be dangerous to fucking have another Great Depression on our hands. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is, us as black people, I think those that fell for the opiate dope, was we was actually pushing ourselves up because we had people up under us for once. So you move that rug out from under us, where the fuck we go? Back to the fucking bottom.
Yeah, but you can't be a liberal at this point. I hate to say this, but obviously you lean left for the great. You can't be leaning left talking about open borders. You're just destroying your own cause, because that's one of the main reasons why they didn't like the liberals to begin with.
I'm not running for shit. You know what I mean?
But you're hurting people that are, because they'll take your quote and play it all over Fox News or some shit, and that'll lead to somebody who is running the Liberal Party not getting elected. Like, for instance, when the Black Lives Matter walking down the street talking about pigs in a blanket fry them like bacon in regards to the police, it hurt the whole movement. 10 or 15 people in Minnesota saying this shit, and they made it sound like everybody in BLM wanted to take out cops. So they'll take your statement and tie it to the whole liberal party, like defund the police. Most liberals don't want to do that, but they're saying they do.
Hey, that's fine, Tim, because we're living in times where none of this shit makes sense. You talking from the other side, there's law and order? Why we got a fucking guy in there that's pissing on the Constitution? And they're up here pumping their fist for the shit? Miss me with that, you know what I mean? They're winning right now, I get that. But I don't give a fuck with what they say because they're not consistent. At least I'm consistent.
Yeah, I'll give you that. But
at least I'm fucking consistent.
But they're winning though. But further, they're winning. You're consistent, but you're losing. They're winning.
I can sleep at night knowing that I didn't sell my soul. And maybe everybody didn't like that. Like I told you before, I paid $10 in gas not to have this man as president because I foreseen this shit right here.
You were I'll give you credit. You were very consistent. Before the election, you were definitely saying it. I remember you calling in and saying, I would rather pay $10 a gallon for gas than have Trump win. You did say that, yeah.
And the simple reason is because, you know, when people are looking at it, it's like, oh, more money, more this, but at what cost? You know, I liken it to what you said about, hey, I can't vote for him because he wants to give the cops identified immunity.
Yeah. Fortunately, he ain't done that shit. Oh my God. Thank God he is not talking about doing that right now.
But we don't know because we ain't had a fucking George Floyd or something happen. Yeah. He'll probably just pardon him. You know what I mean? So, and what I'm saying is, man, like, our civility should be more than this fucking East versus West type beef that, you know, Tupac and Biggie had. And he's never going to bring us together in that respect. And that can tear our fucking country apart.
Bro, he got 70-some million votes by dividing us, so why would you bring us together when you're winning so much with division?
That's true. And I told you also, I don't really blame him. I blame his supporters. Because once again, this is wash, rinse, repeat, Tim. Haitians eating, you know, pets or whatever. No proof. You know what happened? They didn't hold him to task. So now he comes out with Elon and saying we found all this fraud and waste, and at the same time, when you turn your back, he's going to take $300 billion or whatever dollars from the same government he's trying to save money from. No fucking proof. So when you don't hold these guys to account, you can't blame the kid that's kicking on and screaming at the fucking store and throwing grapes at people if his mom looks the other way.
This is our future, Fur. I got to move it on, but this is our future. 4 more years of this. Well, almost 4 years. This is what we got. This is what we're going to be dealing with.
We'll see if he makes it. Good luck, sir.
Wait a minute. What the fuck is that all about?
Hey, the enemy will come within, man. Like I said, I really think, like I started with this conversation, that he may be the vehicle where people say, hey, this Constitution got to be shored up. Even the people that support him. Because I agree with you, most of them don't really support him. They just scared of the fucking bully.
Yeah, they're scared. I do believe that.
You know what I mean? This is the Trump Mafia family. You know, did you hear him? I think a couple weeks ago, we're selling security now?
Selling security to who? Other countries?
Yeah, basically, he just basically said, hey, we do so much for them, they should be doing stuff for us. We secure them.
Well, that's the problem. Yeah, and a lot of MAGA. I'll go ahead and move it on, but a lot of MAGA, because they believe the country should be ran by a business, they're going to like that. I mean, Trump is money oriented. All the stuff he's doing to make America great, that people, it's all financial, and folks are willing to turn a blind eye. As long as you're talking about doing things money wise, people are biting into it. Everything he's talking about doing is money oriented. I mean, that's what Elon Musk is doing. It's all about money.
I'm going to say this, and, you know, I appreciate the platform when I get off here, but what I was getting, and I think you might have missed this is what the mob did in New York. They come down to your fucking cleaners, your little corner store, and say, hey, looks like you need security. Cut us in or get to cut the fuck out.
I get it. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming through.
Nice.
Always. And I said the same thing as well about that. You know, you have a pizzeria and the mob come in there and tell you, from now on, 10% of your profits come to me. I'd hate to see something happen to your shop. And I've said that before because I think that Trump has made a few deals like that. What do you call a deal you can't refuse? Isn't that what they said from The Godfather? You know, I'm gonna make a deal. You know, I'm gonna give you an offer you can't refuse. I think that has happened. I think that may happen with the Panama Canal, for instance. And thank you guys for the subs. I appreciate that. Whoever just did that, Kenneth Jones, thank you for your sub. And there was somebody else that did it. Thank you, folks, for helping out the show. I appreciate the support. Seeking you shall find. Thank you. But yeah, I do believe with the Panama Canal, because Trump has threatened that if they continue overcharging U.S. ships from passing through, we're going to take the canal, and we're going to leave military on the table to do so. 10% of your proceeds come to me. I'd hate to see something happen to your shop, because at the end of the day, the Panamanians know they can't take on the Americans if we want that canal back. So you got a choice. You can either charge us what we want to pay to come through, or we'll take the whole fucking canal. There's no other option. So they're going to end up probably caving to Trump if he pushes hard enough. So don't be surprised if you see Trump on TV in the near future bragging about how he's gotten the Panamanians to agree to lower prices. That's it. I mean, he can tell them behind the scenes, you already know you can't stop us. Either look, you get to keep your pizzeria. We only want 10% of the proceeds. You can push back and we can burn this whole damn place down. That's what Trump is telling you. Can push back and we'll take the whole fucking canal. You can either charge us what we want to pay. You're still making money from the Chinese and all them that passing through. Just leave us alone. We'll give you a little something. You can fight if you want. So yeah, I can see that happening. I definitely see that happening. In the comments, Jay Saint 1 says free speech is important, but bringing back the fairness doctrine will be helpful in removing the bullshit in today's media. By the way, the Republican Party stopped it. I have heard that. I'd have to really tear into it, though. In the comments, is bullshit, Tim. The reason the U.S. ships don't go through is that they don't physically fit. Yeah, but that doesn't matter to Trump. The reason they don't go through is climate change has reduced the amount of water needed to flood to different levels so that bigger ships can go through. That's the official reason why they can't take bigger ships and they're charging more. But all that's irrelevant to Trump. Trump is a businessman, and he knows he has the power to lower the cost of ships passing through. There's nothing they can do to stop him. So you folks who want America to be ran like a business, that's what he's doing. Just like a business owner might have a hostile takeover. That's what he's doing. He has the power, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. In the comments, Will G, Trump ain't shit, says Musk smells like shit. How do you know Elon Musk smells like shit? He says the great American heist is going on. Have you heard of greed? Yeah, there's a lot of greed in Washington, both sides of the aisle, but I definitely think in this case there may be a whole lot of it. The same people that have money are making sure other people don't have money so they can get more money. And that also equates to more power. If you really separate the divide between haves and have-nots, as that separation grows, so does power as well. Because the lower on the economic scale the poor people get, the more they're willing to do anything because you got so much fucking power. So not only money will grow, but power will grow with that. I mean, guaranteed you'll get power with that. Successful MD says so-called conservatives hire illegals as workers. I believe Trump has some of that in his past. Hiring undocumented workers. Mitt Romney, George W. I think some of them, plenty of them do. I mentioned that earlier in the program, is that we know farmers hire a lot of these folks. Most farmers lean right. They don't lean left. So yeah, there's a whole lot of conservatives or folks who lean right that have dealt with illegal and undocumented migrants. I don't know why they try to make it sound like only the Democrats want to do it. Real quick before we move on with the show, I want to make sure I respond to the super chat. Trying to call in, how do I connect, says Brian Wolf. If you're on Instagram, just come on through. You can put in, you put in a request, I'll see it on here. Same thing on TikTok, you'll go into the queue and I'll see you on there and I'll bring you up like that. That's the best way I can explain it to you. Will G says, Musk is looking for DEI programs to terminate as waste, which means anything money related to Hispanics, indigenous, blacks, or LGBTQ is a waste. Cut all of it to save up for tax cuts. 100% agree with that. I did a video I haven't posted yet. Before I continue, tap the screen, by the way. Give me on up to 70,000. Some of you folks are starting to show the program some love. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 70,000. 100% agree with that. And I talked about that in regards to there is a difference between Elon Musk and Trump cutting waste and saving the taxpayers' money and budgeting from a conservative mindset. You can save money doing both, but one of them is biased. And I gave some examples such as, let's say Lockheed is charging a fortune to repair and replace parts on an F-22 or on an F-35. And we found out Boeing would do the repairs. Boeing would do the repairs for cheaper. Okay, then get rid of Lockheed. Start doing the repairs with Boeing. That's saving money. That's cutting waste. Or you find out federal agents are flying across the country, business or first class, when they can easily just as fly, they can just as well fly coach. That's saving money. Well, you don't need to fly business. You don't need to fly in first class. We're going to put you on coach. That's saving money. But I said there's a difference between acknowledging waste as opposed to budgeting from a conservative mindset. So what is budgeting from a conservative mindset? Let's say there's a federal program, this is totally fictional, that determines how effective booster shots are in regards to COVID-19. But we know the right are not big fans of the vaccines. So this is waste. We're going to get rid of this. We don't think the vaccines work anyway. That ain't real waste. That's not genuine waste. The medical community overwhelmingly believes in the vaccines. That's budgeting from a conservative mindset. That's budgeting where you're getting rid of shit you don't like. You're calling things you don't like waste that may not actually be waste. And Will rightfully points it out when he talks about things that are related to Hispanics, indigenous, blacks, LGBTQ, DEI, affirmative action, all that stuff. All of those programs ain't waste. That's budgeting from a conservative mindset. Those are things they just don't like. They're not necessarily waste, they just don't like them. So I do believe there's a difference with that. And yeah, Will, what you said, I 100% agree with that. Looking in the comments though, and they are cutting, same thing with foes and enemies, people that are not been friends to MAGA, have not been friends to Trump, have not been friends to Elon, cutting programs that may be beneficial to them. Well, these are some assholes anyway. Let's cut that from them. That ain't waste. That's budgeting from your own personal mindset. You're attacking people. You're using the federal budget as a weapon. That's happening. They are actually doing that. People are distraught over losing jobs, facing homelessness. Then they will have total control. Like I said, money and power. Going back to the box, and keep tapping the screen. You guys are helping out. Young Zell, I think that says. Good evening, Young Zell. Welcome to the program. The internet gives I know why Instagram keeps doing that. Young Zell, good evening.
Hey, good evening, Jim. Thanks for having me.
Good to have you on. So what brings you up? What am I getting wrong here?
I don't think you're getting anything too wrong at all, actually. I just think right now we need to, when they say accountability, I think the accountability part is that it's only one side that's saying that everything's accountable. If they're truly being transparent, then why not have the Democrats and the other party in the room at the same time, or other people as well overlooking what you're doing? That's why it seems a little bit shady to me. The other thing I think is when they say they're trying to stop government waste, but they just released that budget proposal from the Republicans, and they're still giving that tax break to the richest people in the country when they have prospered so much during the pandemic and everything. I don't understand why people aren't getting upset that they're not proposing a middle-class tax cut, making that bigger. So that's kind of where I'm at with it now. I'm just appalled at MAGA that they don't never push back on anything. They always are trying to make excuses for what is done. But we're quick to criticize our leaders on the Democratic side, whether it be Biden, Obama, or anyone. We don't just go with everything that they say. And so I think that's where the difference in the parties is right now. We have one that is playing this like a football game, with the Republicans, and the other side trying to play this as real human beings and people's lives are on the line. And another thing I'm kind of noticing. Oh, go ahead.
Why do you think Congress and the Senate are not posing some of the same questions you're talking about? For the most part, even though some are arguing that some of the things Trump is doing are unconstitutional, he's not getting a lot of backlash from the Senate or Congress.
I think because most of those people are new and they just got elected. Some are old, of course, but most of them are just looking out for protecting their seats. They know that in just a year and a half they'll be back out there trying to fight really, really hard to keep their seat. Mm-hmm. And so he's pretty much got all of them in line right now, and he knows that as well. I just think that the party that needs to be the opposition right now really needs to step up and take the leadership reins to do that. I saw AOC has been having webinars and things and getting people upset that she's getting the word out on what's being done. And I just can't believe that the leadership party of the Democrats don't want to give her any type of leadership role, which is crazy to me. They're really just trying to give it back to all of the people who have been in kind of control of it already. So there's got to kind of be some shakeups, I think, to really wake people up.
I don't know what that might be, because at this point, I don't know who you would look at in the Democratic Party and say that that's a decent leader. I mean, right now, I guess Hakeem Jeffries replaced Nancy Pelosi, but I mean, he's just like a lot of them. He's running a traditional campaign, and that's not going to work in the era of Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you there. That's why I think they need to get a shakeup by putting in some youth in there. Someone, younger that'll get a shakeup in there that people have been talking about for a long period of time. What
is the African American woman? Bad bitch, what is she? A bleached blonde, bad built butch body. Now, a dark-skinned black woman is going to have her own hurdles just by being that. But what is that woman's name? She attacked Marjorie Taylor Greene. Jasmine Crockett. Are you familiar with her?
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett is an excellent woman. I think she has a lot of potential for the party. But right now, I'm just being 100% honest. We're dealing with a backlash of inclusion that is happening in this country right now. And so over the years, we've had a lot of inclusion with us as African Americans and a lot of races from all over the world. Civil rights movement, we've allowed people to come here, and we're now experiencing a huge backlash because of all of the advancements and things that have happened. And so that's what I think is going on right now. And with all the firings in the government and everything, and what Elon's doing, to kind of touch on that real quick, I don't think people are really looking at the strategy in this right here, that they're firing all these people and getting rid of all of them so they can raise the unemployment rate artificially. This will then lead them to cut interest rates as they've been demanding already. So the goal here is if you can eliminate a huge amount of the federal workforce, that's going to automatically raise the unemployment rate, which then will force Jerome Powell and them to lower the interest rates, which is what they want anyway. Because if you do remember, Trump's first presidency was the lowest interest rates we had on record.
You're saying they deliberately want to create unemployed, I guess, poor people? Is that what you're saying?
It's not really to create poor people. It's just to get them on the rolls. Like you heard your last guest come up here, the one who was MAGA, saying it's okay, they'll get unemployment. Well, what they don't understand is that artificially inflates the rolls and inflates the number. So that way, Jerome Powell already said they're looking for unemployment to rise more so that inflation can get under control. So if unemployment rises, this will force interest rates to go down in order to keep that in check. And Trump knows this, as well as Elon and the rest of them. So they're trying to get rid of as much of the workforce as they can. They're probably even talking to business leaders, because normally whatever the federal government does, business leaders tend to follow suit behind. So we're just noticing, you're going to see that all of a sudden they're going to be starting to lower interest rates because the unemployment rate will spike up. And this is all strategically plan. Just
Here's
like
what I don't get, though. If what you're saying is true, here's what I don't get. One of the main things politicians generally brag about is that under my watch, I created so many jobs, salaries went up. You literally make it sound like they're intentionally doing the opposite of that.
Yes, because they're not looking to make the unemployment rate go super high. They just want to get it up to like 4 or 5%. You know, right now it's already at 4, so they want to push it up to at least 5, 6% up higher.
And they're using the lives and jobs and salaries of federal employees to do that as pawns.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because he gave them a buyout that has not even been approved, but that he's going to pay them till September.
Right.
But still, they'll be on the unemployment rolls and looked at as unemployed. So this will automatically raise that number and force the feds to have to make drastic cuts that they wanted already. Trump's been complaining about it. He wants lower interest rates because during his first presidency, those lower interest rates equated to a stronger economy, is what they believe. So this is all.
I gotta get okay. I hear what you're saying. I gotta get Mag on here. I gotta get somebody that can, because man, you guys are making me almost want to break down and cry. This is really sounding fucked up. And it's a very consistent message coming from all of you folks. So I can't dispel it, but it's really starting to get hardening, man. I mean, are we in trouble?
Well, I mean, I don't want to look at it as being in trouble because keep in mind, we dealt with a higher unemployment rate and still had a good economy before. I mean, I believe under Trump's first term, he didn't have a super low unemployment rate. It was around 5%.
Okay.
Around there. And so what I'm trying to say is they're trying to get it back to where it more of is a balance.
Yeah, that's a good thing then.
A lot of people, it can be a good thing.
Okay. All right. That's better. That's better. That's better.
Yeah, but it's just a risky thing to play with the economy, being that we just came out of so much turmoil with the pandemic and everything. So that's why the feds and everything are trying to be cautious on lowering the interest rates. But Trump's trying to demand them to do it now, like get that done. And so, the only other way you can do that is you got to make the economy start to look like it's faltering, and that's what's happening. That's why you looked and you saw retail spending.
But wait a minute. But then if what you're saying is true, then essentially Trump is trying to do good for America, then, right?
In essence, you can look at it as that way. However, you can look at it as not that way because you're supposed to do what the feds are doing and let it go, let it progress on its own. You don't need to force, because a lot of times forcing the issue, you can mess it up.
Yeah.
And then it becomes worse. You can make the unemployment rate rise to 7 or 8 or something out of control.
Right. All right.
Like to take the cautious approach. And lastly, I just want to talk to people that Mag up. I do want to talk to them about what Elon's doing. People are not understanding when he has these programmers in there with flash drives and they're taking all that information. Data is the new oil in America.
Yeah.
So what Elon's trying to do is get all this data on Americans so that when he opens up his own payment system, X payment with Visa and everything, he pretty much has all of our spending habits, all of our income coming in and everything. All of that data is gold.
I don't disagree with that. Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I'm not a fan of putting our most sensitive data in the hands of a bunch of men under 30, and we don't really know any credentials on them either, other than Elon says they're good. So I got to move it on. But yeah, that right there, there's a lot orbiting around Elon that I don't like from a standpoint of he hasn't been voted in, he hasn't had an FBI background check, he wasn't approved by the House or Senate. He's literally Trump's guy. Trump just showed up and said this is a good dude, and everybody just started falling in line. And we know Trump by way of Mike Pence, Scaramucci, we know he's made bad picks before. So should there be somebody else to ensure that this ain't another bad pick? And nobody is doing that. Because he has a bunch of money, that's all the credential he has, okay? He's got a bunch of successful companies, he got a whole lot of money. We trust him. And that is a concern. But I gotta move it on, Young Zell. Appreciate you coming through.
Hey, thanks, boss, for having me. You have a blessed one, man, and I've been watching you for a while, man. So keep it up, man. You always try to keep a neutral stance, but hey, it's hard to do. But at the end of the day, we all humans, and it's all love if you're coming from that perspective.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, moving on to the program. If you are a black engineer, says Will G, in the military, Trump said you ain't shit. Damn, I'd have to hear the quote on that. You said if you were a black engineer in the military, Trump says you ain't shit. Is that true? He cut a prestigious military award program for black engineers in the Army. That does sound like something he would have done there. That's just the start, though, because Trump ain't shit, says Will G. But I haven't heard that. He cut a prestigious military award program for black engineers. Well, what he is doing is, if there's anything at all out there that specifically is to give accolades or acknowledgement to minority communities, he's getting rid of that. Which is why folks even said I didn't know he had actually targeted Juneteenth, which is why I posed that in the beginning of the live. Do you think Trump could or should get rid of Juneteenth? Because I knew it was something likely that he might consider, but I've had some folks tell me that he already has done it in terms of the military, where they cannot acknowledge Juneteenth. That's bad, in my opinion. Why would you prevent acknowledging the day slavery ended? To me, I don't know. To me, that looks bad. Yeah, no more Black History Month, any of that stuff. He's got rid of all that stuff. I don't know. I just don't see how is acknowledging Black History Month harmful to people? In what way? They don't get any time off work or anything. Why target that? It's certainly so soon in the game. I mean, he literally came on the scene like that was planned. I mean, within the first couple of weeks, went after that. Like, why? Alter Ego says, I haven't read anything about him removing Juneteenth. I haven't either, but some of my guests said it on Alter Ego. So I can't say yay or nay, but I had a guest say that the Department of Defense already has tackled it. So I don't know. It's not harmful to people. It's just virtue signaling to his supporters. Yeah, I can see that. And I see in the comments following up, K-Pick says, where is White History Month? There is no White History Month. It's all the other ones. You know what Black History Month is meant for? It's meant to acknowledge the history of African Americans, because it's not covered in a lot of history books. It's not covered in the way our society is ran. So to ensure that their history gets some of attention, we decided we're going to focus on that throughout the month of February. That's why it's there. Just like BET. People, well, there's no white entertainment television. Why is there a BET channel? There's no WET channel. All the rest of them are. It's the same thing. If you have a predominantly black television show with a predominant black cast, after 5 years of a successful run, a television show goes into syndication. It goes into syndication. We've seen plenty of shows like Seinfeld and all of that. They go into syndication. So you see the reruns everywhere. The syndicated programs are worth a bunch of money also. They're still showing Baywatch on shows. I mean, Baywatch has been off television for quite a while. They still make a ton of money in syndication. What BET does is it shows black programs that are no longer being filmed that are in syndication. That's part of what they do. Those shows would never make it on ABC, CBS, or NBC, or Fox. So if you had a successful black show like Hanging with Mr. Cooper is one of those type of shows, or the Martin Show. You remember Martin Lawrence had a show, or you're not going to see that. Those shows would literally be trashed. They're not going to play the reruns of that stuff. So a lot of African American programming, if they didn't have a show like BET, it wouldn't get any play at all. Now, they don't have a white entertainment channel because all the other stations are going to play white programming. All the rest of them are essentially WET. They just don't call themselves that. That's why you have this. Is because a lot of entertainment catered toward minorities. Same thing. That would be like asking, why do we have Univision or Telemundo? Because the other channels ain't playing Spanish. It's the same thing. Looking in the comments, WGN played all those shows. Well, you had what they called WGN was part of WB or what was the other one? Which was essentially viewed as black networks. They used to call WB the We Black Channel or something like it was another one too. CW, yeah, colored something network. They used to call it because they weren't playing that stuff. But those, by the way, CW and WB also have not been around that long. In fact, are those networks even around anymore? I mean, so there's a reason why it was created. That's all I'm saying. Is that black programming would not be aired otherwise. Looking in the comment section before I continue on, and thank you guys that are tapping the screen. Can we get 80? Hate to sound like an auction, but 80,000 on the likes would be nice. WB is gone. CW is still there. Yeah. Like the Wayans brothers, I think, used to be on WB. If you don't have, they're not going to show the reruns of that with John Witherspoon and all of them. They're not going to show the reruns of that on ABC, CBS, or NBC. It's not going to be on there. So that's why networks like BET are around. And Living Color's another one. Yeah, they definitely ain't going to show that shit. Will G, Trump was born and spent his first 18 years in the segregation era. Yeah, that's true. And Elon was born and spent his early years in South Africa in apartheid. That is true too. It's safe to say they pictured and framed in their minds a black person's place. I gotta push back. I mean, because Biden was born in that era. Nancy Pelosi was born in that era. Do you believe they did the same thing? I mean, I'd have to hear your opinion on that, but I mean, there's a lot of white liberals that were in those eras too. So, I mean, just like, I'll give you an example. I've said this before in regards to teaching an old dog new tricks. I'll use my own self personally as an example. I was born in the 70s and, came up in the 70s and 80s. It was real homophobic back then. It was real homophobic back then. Transgender was not even allowed to walk down the street. But even if you were gay, people laughed and ridiculed you and things like that. I was born in that era, but I've evolved out of that, and it took me a while because we used to make homophobic slurs and things like that all the time. You pitch like a girl or like the F word. We were throwing all that shit around. So the point I'm making is just because you're born in an era don't mean you still have to do it. You can evolve out of it. So you're saying that Elon and Trump were born in that era, therefore they still have the mindset of that era, which could be true. But what I'm saying is there's a lot of people that were born in that era and they have evolved out of it. So I'll leave it at that. But yeah, Elon came out of apartheid. Now I will say this though. Some of the things that Trump and Elon are doing is leading people to believe they have not evolved. I mean, we can talk about whether he threw up a salute or admit, my heart goes out to you. I really don't like the fact that he is requesting openly racist staffer be rehired. I'm pretty sure if Vote For Me, You Ain't Black Joe Biden did that, the same people that are defending Elon would not be defending Biden. To me, that's a clear example of something going wrong. When you got an openly racist person and you're defending them, that you can kind of give plausible deniability to the Elon Musk Third Reich salute and say that that's not what that means. I get it. But openly defending a guy who stated that I want to go, I was racist before it was cool and I want to normalize Indian hate, and he's only said that stuff a few months ago, there is no plausible deniability for that. That's just bad. And he did that. Elon Musk has done that. So that is something that's worthy of bringing up. Alter ego Appreciate that, Horace, Marcus. You guys are subscribing. Thank you for those subs. I definitely appreciate that. Thank you for showing the program some love. Several of you guys are doing that. Thank you. That was Biden's attempt to fight back dirty. He just wasn't good at it. Ain't nobody as good at fighting back dirty as Trump. Trump is really good at that. If there was something I would give him credit for, he knows how to use the cameras, use the media, and his attack skills are excellent. Just the name calling is phenomenal. The names he make up on people are phenomenal. He's really, really good at that. So it is what it is. I don't think anybody can beat that. You're going to have to literally wait till this guy retire before you got a chance. Trump, looking at the comments, though, I want to make sure I don't miss it. You see the difference in Pelosi and Biden in their actions versus Trump and Elon. So far, I agree with that 100%. Yeah, so far, I would agree with that 100%. And the actions do make a big difference. All right, looking in the comments, I don't know what I just hit there. For some reason, Instagram. Give me a moment to figure out what's going on with Instagram, or maybe not. Viewed your live video. Okay, all right. So looking in the comments, I'll go back to the box and bring up Philip Robertson. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Jon Stewart would have destroyed him in a shit-talking contest. Well, Jon Stewart is a comedian, so I watched Jon Stewart destroy Bill O'Reilly and something like that some years ago. Yeah, Jon Stewart is really good, but he is a comedian. I mean, that's his job to do it. Trump is not. Trump is just really skilled at doing that shit. I'll give my guest a moment to come up. It doesn't seem like it. Jon Stewart for president. Hey, I mean, you know something? He would probably be able to lead the Democratic Party. My guess is if Jon Stewart ran for the Democratic ticket, he would have a good chance of winning it right now. Because you're right. He represents all of the Democratic ideals, even the progressive ones he's down with. And he is a good talker. I mean, he is really good. He would be somebody that would be competitive to some of the rhetoric that comes from Trump. The rest of them are trying to be too political, for lack of a better term. Trump ain't trying to be political. You know, they say Trump calls it, he's a straight shooter, or he calls it as he see it. You need somebody like that to go against him. You need somebody that's not going to be trying to trim their language to not trigger certain groups. Now, you got to be willing to say whatever the fuck you need to say, because that's what he's doing. So, Jon Stewart, I think I'm not saying he would beat Trump. I don't know about that yet. I'd like to hear more from him, but I do believe he would beat most of the Democrats in terms of making it to the top of the ticket. At least right now I do. He has charisma and wit. Yeah, he has a lot of wit. And there's no, one of the things you need as a comedian, or as a politician, being funny helps. Because Trump, if you see some of the Trump rallies, he does know how to make the people laugh and shit like that. I've been to a couple Trump rallies. He is a charming person and he knows how to speak. And, Jon Stewart would compete on all of those levels. Just like Obama could get you to laugh and do all of that. Biden, not so much. Not at all, in fact. So, in fact, the only reason Biden came along is because people thought Trump was just that bad. So, looking in the comments, though, Trump is very knowledgeable. Jon Stewart is very knowledgeable, and he would have a chance, definitely. Right now, I definitely think so. Right now, I would totally agree with that. But there's a lot that comes along with running for office, and he may not want to get involved in that. I mean, it's nice to be wealthy, ride off into the sunset without all the stress and shit that comes along with that, such as having to worry about your life for the rest of your life. So I don't know if he'll ever do it, but he would easily, I think, right now, certainly, I don't know anybody in the Democratic Party that would be able to give him some go. So we'll see. Come on with the trolling. IRL, you easily. Who's trolling in the comments? I don't normally like to block and ban people, but if anybody's doing that, you don't leave me a lot of choice. So if I see it, you know what happens. Let me go back to the box. Don't know what's happening with bringing folks up. We'll try it with. Now that says Hamza. I think it almost says. I'm assuming I'm not clicking on Hamas. What does your name say, Hamza? if it brings him up, hopefully. Maybe, I don't know, the box is acting goofy again. God damn. Sometimes Jon Stewart acts like he doesn't know what's going on. Yeah, I mean, and y'all do it at times. I mean, Elon Musk just spoke with the leader of India, and the media asked Trump, what did they talk about? And he said he don't know what's going on. So it does happen. But with Jon Stewart win that he, wait a minute. What does that say there? You say alter ego, you saying, but would Stewart win being that he's Jewish? That's a great question. Because look, people always try to suggest that America is post-racial and we've gotten over all that shit. We have not. We have not. I'm not saying that there is not a path to living the American dream if you live in this country and you do right by the law and you work hard. You can get your house and your white picket fence and a car out front. You can do that. But if you try to go too high, you will realize there is still a ceiling up there. The ceiling is not as low as it used to be. There is room to move around now, but there is still a ceiling up there. And I'll give you some examples in recent time. We've had 4 people of color try to run for the presidency. That being Barack Obama, that being Kamala Harris, that being Vivek Ramaswamy and Nikki Haley. And when all of them tried to run, race became a major point. All 4 of them, Haley, Ramaswamy, Obama, and Kamala Harris. They all everybody started bringing up that even though they all were born in America, people started bringing up that they were from somewhere else. I mean, Obama came from Kenya, so to speak. I don't know where the hell that came from, but they were saying that about Obama. Obviously, Kamala Harris just completely lost her American heritage altogether and became a Jamaican and an Indian. Nikki Haley became Nimrata. And they started doing the same thing with Vivek Ramaswamy. If you ask me, and nobody's doing this, and I may be wrong, as I always say, and I invite you to criticize me in the comments. I don't block, ban, or censor. But I believe that's the same reason why J.D. Vance has taken a back seat. They don't like his wife either. J.D. Vance's wife is also taking little small attacks. That's why I believe J.D. Vance is not really... and the same thing with, and not only even J.D. Vance, but another reason why I believe Vivek Ramaswamy took his ass to Ohio, because they are taking on a little bit of water. They are taking on some of that. Now, I see in the comments, KJ says you're wrong. You telling me Nimrata didn't come up when Nikki Haley ran? That didn't happen? Really? I saw it. You telling me when Vivek Ramaswamy was running for president against Trump, people weren't bringing up his Indian heritage? Really? You didn't see any of that, huh? And I'm not even talking about the liberals. I'm talking about the Republicans. You didn't see any of that. All right, looking in the call. Oh, you said you're not wrong. Okay, okay. My fault. My fault. My apologies, KJ. I thought you said I'm wrong. Look, I got to defend my position. All right, looking in the comments, and thank you for correcting that, KJ. You got me. You got me. I didn't read quick enough. Did you see a take on Elon's kid cussing Trump out? Yes, it came up on last night's program. I think he shushed Trump. Now, somebody said he used an expletive on Trump. I tried to find that. I could not find that. I heard, there was a rumor that he told Trump that you're not the president. I didn't see it. I'd have to look it up. I did not see it, though, but I did try to find it. Anyhow, folks, hell of a night. I mean, look, at the end of the day, Elon could be doing what's great by this country. Could be. For me personally, I've said this many times, the jury is still out on this. He's finding all sorts of waste. That's a good thing. But for me, the jury's still out on it because there is no actual proof or evidence that's been presented. MAGA is celebrating. That's fine. You want to get rid of excessive spending and wasting government. We all should want to do that. But I can't celebrate without the actual proof. For MAGA, if Trump says it, if Elon says it, that's good enough. They don't need proof. I'm not in that camp. I'm not there on that level. I need to see the actual evidence. So until Elon Musk presents the evidence, I'm not going to say he's doing wrong. I'm not going to say he's doing right. I'm not a fan of firing so many damn people at once. I'm also not a fan, as I said, I'm favorable to getting rid of waste. I am not favorable to conservative budgeting, which means you're not necessarily getting rid of waste. You're just cutting programs you don't like because it doesn't fit the notion of conservative ideology. That's where I have a problem with. Or going at the programs that are perceived enemies of your agenda. People who have criticized Elon, people who have criticized Trump, maybe liberals, programs that might benefit liberals. That ain't getting rid of waste. That's conservative ideology in our budgeting. I don't believe you should be fucking with the federal budget solely based on, well, this is good for conservatives and it's bad for liberals. Now, I know MAGA loves that stuff. I'm not a fan of that. So we'll see what happens. But right now, for me, the jury's still out on my judgment for Elon. So we'll see what ends up happening. Don't get me wrong, Jon Stewart will be the best candidate for the Democrats. Right now. We'll see what happens in the future. So I do appreciate you folks giving your boys 77,000 on the likes. I wanted to get about 90, but I'll take the 77,000. As always, you know the program is MAGA friendly. Did not get a lot of MAGA on here tonight, and I was trying my best. Thank you, Big Dog. Yeah. Thank you for the hat mustache. Appreciate that. But certainly I do appreciate you folks tuning in. You could be anywhere you want. So sit in a Friday night with your boy. We always talk about this shit because I think we all need to speak on all levels in terms of, there's a lot of echo chambers on social media. And when I say echo chambers, I mean a program where everybody hates Trump or everybody loves Trump or everybody hates the liberals or everybody loves the liberals and progressives. Here we bring everybody together and we try to maintain it in a civilized fashion. You don't get it. We don't have scream fests. Nobody's getting cussed out. Nobody's getting yelled over and talked down to. Doesn't matter what your political opinion is. I do believe that free speech should be the way, and we do maintain that on the program. So I thank you folks for tuning in. Trump downplaying Ukraine, upgrading Russia, destroying the old world order for his new world order. Well, I think we knew when we elected Trump he was going to favor Russia over the Ukraine. It ain't like he hit that. It ain't like MAGA and Trump supporters hit that. So I understand folks that are criticizing Trump, but some of this stuff is really promises made, promises kept. I mean, he's now the firing of all of these government workers and all that shit, taking Panama Canal and Greenland and Canada, 51st state. No, he didn't campaign on any of that shit, including the Gulf of America. But a lot of this other stuff that's being criticized, he said he was going to do it. You can't fault a politician for telling you what they're going to do, getting elected, and then actually doing it. As he keeps saying, he has a mandate. I don't buy the mandate thing because Biden won by just as much as Trump did. So I don't buy the mandate thing, but I can't hate the guy for doing what he promised to do for the people. So any of the things we're criticizing that he promised to do, you got to blame the voters for that shit. You don't blame him. So we'll see what happens. Anyhow, I appreciate you guys tuning in. I got to step away. It is your boy, Tim, the handsome liberal. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And follow the program if you will. Take care. And on YouTube,